Greetings. Happy Tuesday, right? I think it's Tuesday. Yeah. Happy Tuesday to you all. Greetings to all of you. Hi, Sandra. Welcome. Hi, highly favored. Welcome. Oh my God, it's so good to see you. It's so good to see everyone. How have you all been doing? How is your Tuesday? How is the weather where you are? I hope it's not too cold. I hope the rain is not affecting you in any way. Yes, so highly favored, absolutely. Aluta continua. We move. We move. Oh, we move. Yeah. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for being here again. I hope you've had a wonderful day. I hope it wasn't stressful, and I hope your where you are is not too cold and the rain is not so bad. So good to have everyone and to be here today. Eh? Highly favored. How now? How's everything with you? The weather is warm. Oh, lucky you. It's raining over here. It's raining. Oh, I don't know. I don't know what's happening. Everything is changing. Like, what's going on? Is this when they talk about global warming? Is this what they mean? Areas that used to be cold will now be warming up, and areas that used to be warm will now be cooling. Is that what they mean? Yeah, that's good. That's good. I'm glad to hear that. I am glad to hear that. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was supposed to start this 15 minutes ago, but I had to take care of something really quickly. So um, I couldn't start it right on time. So apologies for that. Guys, I'm sorry about that. So anyway, we are here again. Oh, Aluta continua. We move. There's nothing we can do about it but to move. We keep moving. But let me just start by saying I really, really is what? Peter Obi is the perfect man for Nigeria. I don't know how he does it. His calmness, the way he goes about smiling, he's carrying on with his life like nothing. I'm like, wow, this man is an inspiration. This man is an inspiration to so many. The way he goes about life as though, you know what, I'm gonna keep moving and I'm gonna keep doing what I need to do. My kudos to him. Hey, God, I beg you. Now Peter Obi they give people courage to move forward. Oh. I'm telling you, talk about inspiration. Look up, look at Peter Obi, you find inspiration. Everything this man does. I don't know how to play the game of chess. I don't know how to play it. So for those who play, I always hear people compare him with someone who knows how to move the squares or whatever. Those things that they move on the chessboard. The guy is something else. I'm telling you, he's from out of this world. The way he moves about just doing his own thing is amazing to me. Eh? Yeah, it's warmed up a little in New Jersey. Oh my God, Lobaton. We are having New Jersey weather in California. Oh, who do us? I don't understand. I don't understand though. Yeah, highly favored. You like Peter Obi's personality. Me too. Same here. I'm like, this man is amazing. The way he's just going on with a smile on his face. He had a meeting earlier. I think he met with the newly elected Senate members and House of Rep elect, right? I mean, he went there, gave his own talk. It's just amazing to see. The man cannot be broken in any way, and he does it with seamlessly, with a smile on his face. I am amazed at this man called Peter Obi. Honestly, he's an inspiration. Anybody is looking to be inspired, look no further. Look no further. Look to Peter the Rock Obi. There you will find inspiration. I'm telling you, it's just amazing. The man is not a normal person. He's not a regular Joe. He's not. And let me just say this by saying that there are a lot of people like that in Nigeria, by the way. There are a lot of people with Peter Obi's personality in Nigeria. Maybe not exactly like him because we're all different in our own ways, peculiar in our own ways. But we do have a lot of great people like Peter Obi in Nigeria. But guess what has happened to them? The system has knocked them down so much, has beat them down so much, they've lost their voice. Some of them are some of the poorest you will see. I'm telling you. Some of them are here because they're tired and of seeing everything. They just carry their bags and leave. Some of them are in the diaspora. So we do have people like Peter Obi. Right now, he's giving a voice to a lot of people that otherwise would not have a voice. The man has given them a voice. Hey, BBM, welcome, welcome. So good to see you, sis. So glad you're here. I want to start by playing a short clip by David Hundeyin, and I want him to talk a little bit about Peter Obi. So I'm going to start with that, and we're going to get right into it. Hopefully, fingers crossed. I don't have to stay here too long. I keep saying that, right? I know some of people like she always says that, but she ends up spending so much. So we'll see. Let me know if you can see my screen, guys. When you can see my screen, let me know. Can I get a yes or no? Eh? Peter Obi got a standing ovation over the weekend. Yes, he did. Amazing. Talk about, oh my God. The man is something else, so I never see. Okay, you can see my screen. Awesome. And you can see the video, right? You can see the picture. I want to make sure you guys can see it before I play it. Hey Nelly, welcome. Had Desire, welcome, welcome. Good to see you guys. Um, okay, all right, great. I'm gonna play it now.
That's what a politician would do. If you know that the people are on your side, or you have a large enough number of people on your side, then you know that there are other cards you can play in addition to just going to court, because you know that the security agencies, for example, are not going to come after you, because if they know that if they do, they can start a civil war. So you play that to your advantage. That's what an African politician would do. Well, Peter Obi as I said, is a businessman, he's not a politician. So because I've actually spoken to him since the announcement, and all he's concerned about is, well, gather evidence, go to courts, gather evidence, put our legal case together properly, blah blah blah. But the thing, I personally, I haven't told him this. I'm not part of his campaign team anyway. But what I personally believe is, when you're working in an African context, in addition to following the letter of the law, you always have to have a certain element of, you know what, I have the carrot, but I also have a stick. So if I'm doing things the right way and you're determined to frustrate me, even though I'm trying to do things the right way, I have another thing in reserve, and I'm going to make sure that you can see it. I might not use it, but I'm going to make sure you can see it and see that they have the capacity to use it. And that might make you think twice about trying to frustrate me. I personally believe that Peter Obi should, ever since the supposed results were announced, he should have come out publicly and led maybe a couple of rallies or something, just a show of force. Not a protest, not a riot, nothing like that, but just a rally, just a show of force. Just so the authorities understand that this thing isn't going to be as easy as you think it is. It's not a matter of you just declare anyone you like to be the winner, and then the person gets sworn in, and that's the end of that. That the youth are still here, they're still on the streets, they've not gone anywhere, and you're going to have to answer that question to them. That's what I think he should have done. But ultimately, obviously, I mean, he's the one running for president, not me, and I can only speak as an outsider. I mean, if I knew as much about politics as he does, probably I'll be the one who would have been running for president, not him. So, but we have to wait and see.
Hmm. Isn't that interesting that he says that? I like what he said there. What David said there. He said, as a typical, Peter Obi is not a politician, he's a businessman, right? That if he was Peter Obi, he will also let them know, I have a carrot, but I also have a stick. Everybody is different. I think that sometimes we want Peter Obi to act the way we want him to, but I think the man knows exactly what he's doing. So I mean, it's good that David Hundeyin shared his own thoughts on it. Sometimes you need to hear from people as well, so you can know what to do. And I'm glad that he's in contact with Peter Obi. That's amazing to know. I personally, David Udeni is someone I really, really like, have respect for his work and what he's done so far. It's been amazing just to see. So I also wanted to show you a clip from, let me see, I think from the protests that they're having in Abuja. For those people who are saying, they are not marching,
That's that.
people are not protesting, people are not protesting. Yeah, people are protesting, maybe not the way you think say it will be, you understand, but people are protesting. So this was in let me see where this was in ECOWAS, Abuja, right? So, and I know there's another video again. I'm going to find that video and pull it up. Okay, that's that. And I think I found the other video. I have to share it on. Are you serious? He said that they had a Zoom. Wow. They are arranging Zoom meeting on how to deal. Hey, now, wow. We need to take back Nigeria. I don't care what anybody says. We have to. It's a must. These people are, they don't care. This one is so they did this one in front of the defense headquarters and the US consulate. Let me see. Let me read a little bit further. Abandoning the once peaceful location. So they had to abandon it. I think they stopped them from doing the protest there in front of at the Unity Fountain, right? It was hijacked by the terrorists from outside Abuja. They were burst into FCT to disrupt the movement. So oh, okay, all right. I wasn't sure if you guys. Okay, let me just move it back. Okay. So that's actually so for people that are saying no, nobody's there are people protesting in Abuja. And again, you have to understand, we have to be careful. We don't want to lose more lives. That me personally, I don't, because we've lost too many already. As much as we can avoid it, we need to avoid it, because we've there's been too much loss. There's been too many people that have been gone, and we're not in a war. So as much as we can avoid it, but if we can have peaceful protest and also pay attention to recognize when people have infiltrated, I think that's a great thing. I want to share this video also by this man. I think it's people need to hear this as well. I don't know if anybody else has heard it, but I think we should watch this.
Obi and the Labour Party are saying that if all results from all polling units are properly collated, it will show that Peter Obi won the election. Welcome back to this channel. Much as what has been talked about in recent days is Peter Obi submitting his petition to the Presidential Election Tribunal. And for a lot of people, they've been wondering, does he really have a case? Well, I've been able to go through the whole petition that he's made available online, and I've been able to break down the key areas in which he's asking for legal remedy from the courts. Case number one, Bola Tinubu and Kashim Shettima, the vice presidential candidate, are deemed not to be qualified to have run for the election in the first place. According to the Constitution, the presidential candidate shall nominate the vice presidential candidate. However, the nominated candidate must not be running for any elective office at the time of the official nomination. In the case of Bola Tinubu, he nominated Kashim Shettima as the vice presidential candidate on July 14, 2022. However, on the date of that nomination, Shettima was still the senatorial candidate for Borno Central Senatorial District. Shettima only withdrew from the senatorial race on the 15th of July 2022. Therefore, Peter Obi and the Labour Party are asking the court to disqualify both Tinubu and Shettima from the race as they were not qualified to run in the first place and invalidate the votes they received. You may be wondering, even if Shettima is not qualified, how does that affect Bola Tinubu? It does, because it ought to be a joint ticket. Both the presidential candidate and the vice presidential candidate are a singular item as far as running for the election is concerned. If one is not qualified, then the other is not qualified. That's case number one. Case number two. The election of Bola Tinubu was based on corrupt practices and non-compliance of the Electoral Act. Bola Tinubu was not qualified to run for the presidency because he was fined $460,000 by United States District Court, according to the Peter Obi petition. The United States District Court fined Tinubu for dishonesty, namely narcotics trafficking. Peter Obi and the Labour Party are therefore saying by reason of such fine, Bola Tinubu should be disqualified from running for the presidency of Nigeria. Therefore, all the votes that are cast for him in the election should be invalidated by the courts. Case number three. INEC did not comply with the Electoral Act. This particular case is based on INEC's performance. By virtue of the Electoral Act, INEC was required to use technological devices to accredit, verify, confirm, and authenticate voters. And for this purpose, on election day, INEC actually deployed bimodal voters accreditation systems, popularly known as BVAS. To this end, INEC was required to use these BVAS to electronically transmit the results from the polling units to the INEC collection centers or system. The presiding officer at the polling unit was required by law to use the BVAS to scan and upload the results, that is the Form EC8A, to IRF viewing portal in real time, that is as it is happening on the ground. If the BVAS failed, as INEC claimed, INEC was required to send a replacement BVAS machine, and if that also fails, then INEC is required to cancel that particular election for that polling unit and reschedule it within 24 hours. That is what the law says. INEC obviously did not follow these guidelines. So, Peter Obi and the Labour Party are therefore asking the courts to nullify election results in polling units that did not strictly follow these important guidelines. As we all know, that will be the entire country. Case number 4. No one is allowed to vote in a polling unit they are not registered for. Using the PVC, INEC staff were required to verify, confirm, and authenticate voters before they are allowed to vote. This is to prevent people who are not registered to vote in a particular polling unit to actually vote there. INEC did not fully follow this guideline. Where this is the case, Peter Obi and the Labour Party says such results must be invalidated. Common sense, right? An interesting point made in the petition, almost on a side note, is that INEC uses Amazon Web Services to store its data. Peter Obi and the Labour Party has said they reserve the right to call Amazon staff to testify about the data stored in the Amazon storage facility by INEC. The implication of this is that if there are changes or differences from what is in the BVAS machine and IRF as opposed to what they have in the Amazon cloud storage services, INEC will have to explain the differences. Case number 5. The number of accredited voters in the polling unit must correspond with the number of votes captured in BVAS. The results uploaded in BVAS must match those from the polling units according to the INEC regulations. There are significant discrepancies in the votes cast versus the votes captured. Another reason to invalidate the votes, according to Peter Obi. Peter Obi also filed that INEC denied him and the Labour Party the court-mandated order to allow them to view the certified copy of the election documents. INEC refused Peter Obi and his team to see all documents, specifically from Rivers State, Bayelsa State, and Benue State. The question is, what was INEC hiding by this action? The total number of votes cast in the polling units should equal the number of accredited voters in the BVAS. Peter Obi is saying that the results of the following states did not match: Ekiti State, Oyo State, Ondo State, Taraba State, Osun State, Kano State, Rivers State, Borno State, Katsina State, Kwara State, Gombe, Yobe, and Niger State. He also said that the computation and declaration of results from the following states did not comply with the law: Rivers State, Lagos, Taraba, Benue, Adamawa, Imo, Bauchi, Borno, Kaduna, Plateau, etc. With this alone, how can the court not invalidate Bola Tinubu as winner of the election? Just keep watching. Case number 6, the lack of tracking data in INEC documents. INEC refused to record the serial numbers and identifying information in sensitive election documents, such as ballot papers, and also refused to account for the number of documents. This is how they were able to manipulate the results. Without this data and metadata, it is impossible to track documents. INEC knew exactly what they were doing. Case number 7, uploading unreadable documents and suppressing the votes of Peter Obi. INEC suppressed the votes of Peter Obi and the Labour Party in 18,088 polling units. INEC did this by deliberately uploading unreadable or blurred documents on the IREV. The implication of this is that there are discrepancies in the results uploaded versus the result obtained from the polling units. For example, according to INEC announcement for Rivers State, Peter Obi scored 175,071 votes, while Bola Tinubu scored 231,591 votes. However, the actual results from the polling units shows that Peter Obi actually scored 205,110 votes, while Bola Tinubu scored 84,108 votes. This is in Rivers State. For Benue State, INEC announced that Peter Obi scored 308,372 votes, while Bola Tinubu scored 310,468 votes. However, the actual results from the polling units showed that Peter Obi actually scored 329,003 votes, while Bola Tinubu scored 300,421 votes. Peter Obi is asking that for these two states, the results should be corrected and applied accordingly. Peter Obi and the Labour Party are saying that if all results from all polling units are properly collated, it will show that Peter Obi won the election. Case number 8, the case of Abuja, the Federal Capital Territory. This may be the most damaging of all the evidence for Bola Tinubu. Bola Tinubu did not score 25% of the votes in 24 states as well as Abuja, the Federal Capital Territory. For that singular reason alone, he should not have been declared the winner of the presidential election. The only party and candidate that scored the required percentage of vote is Peter Obi and the Labour Party. They are therefore contending that Peter Obi meets this requirement and should be declared the winner of the presidential election. Now we wait and see what the court will do. Let me know what you think in the comment section. If you think this is enough for Peter Obi to be declared president or for the election.
So, now here, oh, mm-hmm. Hey, how do they want to get out of this? This is glaring now. They think that somebody will just fold their hand and watch them. It's not possible now. It's not possible. Go possible. We must get what is ours. They cannot get away with it. You know, we must. I want us to listen to a clip from the Nasara. What's his name? Sorry, let me get his name. Let me see. Former information minister, Minister Labaron Maku. I don't know him, but apparently he has some things to say. So let's hear what he had to say.
Force other than this group must rule Nasarawa State. So that's what happened. If you go to IRF, you will notice that in the accreditation for Chiroma and Gayam Ward, there are different figures for the House of Assembly and the governorship. But it's the same beaver that was used. How can you suddenly, 2 elections announced? The one for the House of Assembly has different figures of accreditation and the ones for the governorship. But it's the same accreditation, the same number of people that voted in the governorship election are those that voted in the House of Assembly election. But if you go to the IRF and you go to the back end and you see they are different from what was announced. This was simply brazen and criminal. Do your worst. That is what they were telling us. We'll add the figures, we'll announce it. Do your worst. So that so-called wide lead is not a... Look at what happened. Go. What did the APC get in the presidential election? What was the votes of APC in the presidential election? For example, look at the gap between what they voted in the presidential election and what they got in the governorship. That is one. Number two, in this election, PDP defeated Sule in his local government, in Akwanga local government. We defeated him flatly. We defeated him in his ward. We defeated him in Akwanga zone, which is his own zone. Then we defeated him in Doma local government, in Obi local government. These are huge population centers. Then we defeated him in Karu. Where are they cooking those figures from? Very clearly, you will notice that this was the most brazen act of criminality I've seen in any election. That people suddenly just go and use 3-4 units and add to their figures and just announce. Those figures are simply fiction. They don't agree with the total accreditation for election in Latvia local government, in Gayam, in Chiroma. So that is what they were doing. It had nothing to do with the real votes cast by the people. If you want to do that, go to IRF. You will see the gap between what they declared and what actually took place in the election proper.
It's hard to discountenance your submission that Nasarawa is a curious state, Mr. Marco. But then again, why was the PDP unable to prove its mettle as with Nasarawa being its home base in the presidential election? Because the PDP was defeated in the presidential election in Nasarawa state.
But APC was even more defeated. APC had a national chairman in the election from Nasarawa state. They had a sitting incumbent government in Nasarawa state. They were flatly defeated. Because, you see, what happened in the presidential election, as you could see, was that there was this wave, of obedience of young people that we all took for granted. And we were thinking that Peter Obi was a joke. Where will he go? So both PDP and APC, we were thinking, no, this man, he doesn't have structures. He will not be able to do much and so on. So, but the people somehow, young people, seized the initiative from all the politicians. And for the first time, what we saw in Nasarawa, in several other places, in Edo, in Delta, where the vice president comes from, we saw that the young people were serious about what they were doing, and they took advantage of the social media, to project a program that has shaken the nation. For me, we lost. We lost in the presidential election. We lost truly. APC, which is the incumbent government, lost more woefully than we did. Who had the government, who have the party in the state, they all lost. So you can't use the presidential election to judge what will happen. We didn't win, but on the other hand, given our place in Nasarawa, we are not controlling government, we are not controlling federal government, but we did much better than APC in Nasarawa state, given their figures and the advantages they had over us.
Okay, Mr. Marco, we need to wind down, but when PDP alleges that the APC,
So, why, I've never heard this man before. It's the first time I'm hearing him actually. So apparently there was an interview on Channels News, and this is just a clip from it talking about how they underestimated Peter Obi. Okay, they underestimated the man because I remember then they kept saying, no, he doesn't have any structure. What structure does he have? He will fade away. He will go into the abyss. Nothing to worry about. We are not worried about him. It's just a social media thing. There were a lot of things that were said, you know. And look at where we are today. They can't even defend their votes. They had to steal. They had to hurt people. They had to delete people. They had to maim people just because they wanted to take and steal. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't work like that, you know. And I'm really, really like, my respect to Mr. Peter Obi. I'm not even going to lie, because his demeanor in all of this is what really amazes me. The man still has a smile, walks around with a smile on his face, like somebody who knows he's under control, like he's in control of the situation. That alone is what a lot of people are looking at, and I'm like, wow. Because really, to what David Hundeyin just said, if he was a typical politician like we've had all these years, they will be quickly, they will ignite fire, they will send the people out. So yeah, let's go and take it to the streets. But he's not doing that because he's not thinking about just himself, he's thinking about other people. That's a leader right there. That tells you that this is the man that we need for Nigeria. This is the man. Look at how, since he filed that petition, look at how everybody has been running up and down like headless chickens, cooking up stories, trying to pitch people against each other. Yeah, Igbo, hey, Igbo, Yoruba, hey, this one, hey, that one. It's all a tactic, honestly, because they know that they don't have anything. They don't have anything on this man. They can't get away with it. They can't. And the people are not relenting. That's another good thing. Welcome, Madam Victoria. Good to see you here. Welcome, oh, my brother, son of Ubinu. Welcome. Is Ibinu, by the way? Or
Oh, yeah, I'm a change that. I kind of didn't see it. How you doing on my end?
I'm
Hello,
good.
everybody.
We're good. How are you? Long time. How have you
Yeah,
been?
it's been a while. I'm on that walk. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
Yeah, same here. Me, I was
I'm at
in.
work, but I definitely do always still you know check it out.
Right.
I just haven't been able to join. It's crazy out here for real.
Yeah. No, I hear you. I hear you. So let's quickly watch a clip of the meeting. So the newly selected members, right? In here in this video, they're demanding a reduction of cost of governorship funds for Imo, Kogi, Bayelsa states from 25 to 15 million. I don't know how much it is for other states, but it's interesting that a governorship form is 25. Hey, Egbami, 25 million. Hey, only in Nigeria. Ah, God, please let this be let this be a past thing. Let this situation be resolved. This is madness. 25 million. eh Now, wow. So they were discussing the cost, the reduction in the cost of governorship in this particular video. So, but there was a video I wanted to showcase before we talk. Let me see. I think this. I don't even want to give those people any attention. Mm, This was yesterday. By the way, this is, I hope, I don't know if there's a video to this. I would have loved to hear at least snippets of what he was telling the people, because it's very important to hear what he has to say. 'Cause I remember he said he was going to bring about a school to, to talk to the representatives and senators about the importance of leadership. I thought that was really, really amazing for him to do. So let me check my other source. Maybe the video is here. Welcome, Bamidele. How are you? Greetings to you. Long time. How have you been?
I'm fine.
That's good. Have you been following? I'm sure you've been following the elections in Nigeria.
Yes. I try not to think about it too much because I don't know, it's just been up and down. So yeah, it's kind of weird. So yeah.
Okay. Well, that's good. That's good. Let me showcase. BB, welcome. Oh.
Okay, I be one vex, so I be one vex, and they don't give me honorary chair. I be one vex, well. In fact, I be one carry my cola nut and my pan one return back to my village since honor no give me chair.
Uh,
Which kind wicked partiality be that? Anyway, Sha,
yeah,
I have been duly recognized. I can cool my temper now. How now,
yeah,
my people? Eku show,
thank you.
show.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let's quickly watch this snippet of Madam Iriti, the senator in FCT, the one who won the senatorial position. She unsacked someone that has been there for apparently for donkey years or so. Since 19, I think the man has been there since 1999. It's crazy. Hey. So, and there were rumors that she had changed parties or so from Labour parties. There were rumors that she had moved back to APC and stuff like that. But it looks like it turns out not to be true. People were just trying to cook up stories to make her look bad. But anyway, let's hear what she had to say.
I'm speaking for other Labour Party members. I know for certain I'm not defecting anywhere. I see Labour as a platform that we have started to build. We haven't gotten it to where we wanted to go, but we're just starting. So we can use Labour to show that leadership can be different. Parties can be different, where there's equity, people are egalitarian, those sorts of things. So I'm definitely not. And from the meetings we've been having, I think the other Labour Party people too, especially the National Assembly members, they are the ones I've been interacting with the most, are not defecting either.
To whom much is given, much is expected. For us in Labour Party, we are where we are today because of the people. I don't think we will shift. We will remain where we are. We will remain in Labour Party. Today, we remain Labour, and Labour shall we remain.
The meeting, which is attended by the leader of the party, Mr. Peter Obi, is aimed at fine-tuning the aspirations of the party ahead of the inauguration of the 10th National Assembly.
So that clears up the rumor they were going around saying that the senator from Abuja has decamped, has moved over to APC. So it is obvious that she did not move. She's staying with LP. So hopefully, because I know there were pictures circulating of her saying that, look at her, she has decamped to APC. There are moles in LP and all of that. They were trying to make a big deal out of it, apparently. But I didn't really know. I couldn't really clarify because I went on her page and I couldn't. I was like, well, what are they talking about? There's nothing on her page indicating that. So I'm glad she made that video so that it clears up a lot of things. And you guys know me, I like to tap from Mayegun's
yeah, bro is a visionary, man. I rock with Mayegun big time for real.
Honestly, so I have to listen to him a little bit. So I'm gonna bring the video here so we can watch it for a little. Hold on one second. All right, so let me share my screen. I had to mute myself there because I didn't want you guys to have to deal with the noise of the commercial and all of that. So let me know when you can see my screen, guys. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Where is he? We don't know. And don't worry, you don't have to worry yourself. So there's not going to be, but that's suspicious. I'm going to talk about that tonight. I've got other things that I'm going to share with you tonight, including the ongoing and endless protests in Abuja and across Nigeria. Majority of them are not really getting the real coverage they should get. And that is why some of you probably feel like, well, the whole thing is gone, Jare, it's over, it's over. It's not. It is not. In fact, I have sort of understand why the mind of the winners in Nigeria fraudulent charade election are unable to celebrate openly. I'll tell you about that too when time permits. But guess what? After spending over 200 billion naira to conduct the worst of the worst elections in Nigeria, Nigeria is planning to spend almost 1.8 billion. That's over 1 trillion naira. But on budget, they want to spend over, almost 200 billion as well for personnel to count people in Nigeria. So they're going to need, it's going to cost them $8 to count you as Nigerian, okay? Now, another avenue of looting. Now, should we start from there, or should I start from the smaller ones that I can quickly speak on, or, and move on to the big one? Right, let's start from the smaller one. Do you know, well, it's not that small, okay? But it's like an announcement. Do you remember Dr. Chinelo Megafu that was killed during the Kaduna Abuja rail attack? Do you remember? Okay. Well, do you remember that a year ago today, the Boko Haram terrorists, they attacked a passenger train going from Kaduna to Abuja, where this young 24-year-old doctor was shot. And what made her a kind of symbol of that horrific incident is this. When she was shot, she was able to post online, tweeted, and said, why people were talking about the attack, whether it was an attack or whether it was a rumor, she tweeted, I have been shot. Please pray for me. That's what she asked. And guess what? The APC, Egbekegbe's trolls, the cold-hearted, suffering and smiling wearies, they started attacking her simply because by reading her name, she must be Igbo, who ate Nigeria, who ate Boko Haram and the APC, who just wanted to tarnish the image of Nigeria. If they shot you, would you be able to use your phone? Then he ended up as being true. I won't be able to show you the image of Chinelo. She's working in Kaduna as a dentist. She's working and serving the people of Kaduna. Who probably who were having if you had a health problem right now, let's say for example, right, you have an health crisis, you need blood transfusion, you've got this endless pain, right, and then you need to see your dentist. When you get there, right, you're not going to ask if the dentist is Igbo, Yoruba, if he's Christian or Muslim. When you are going through that pain, you know that if they have to transfuse or to transmit a blood into you to save you, you are not going to ask them if that blood they are going to transmit into your system, into your own bloodstream. If that blood is that of Igbo blood, Yoruba blood, Christian blood, or Muslim blood. But Nigeria failed her that day. So Chinelo cried for help, but she got scorn, hate, abuse. And immediately they discovered that it was true. They started deleting every horrible things they said about her. And they disappeared. So God rest her soul. Now, for those who are still here, remember AGBA, this journalist. This journalist has been in and out of prison in Nigeria simply because he took the rulers of Cross River states to the cleaners, exposing their corruption and standing by his story. Now, would you believe that Nigeria, or should I say, Cross River State, is charging him, the governor of Cross River State, is charging him for treason simply because he criticized and exposed the corruption of the governor's in-law. AGBA severally got court judgments that he should be freed and even paid compensation. AGBA, a victim of Nigeria injustice, yesterday is being tried for treason for criticizing the in-law, brother-in-law to the governor of Cross River States, and is being sent to Kuje prison for that. This is the story of Nigeria and more. You get that? So this old man, we don't know where he is right now. Nobody will tell you that the president-elect of Nigeria currently is receiving medical care outside Nigeria. They called it rest. However, there have been speculations, okay, that somehow it will take enough medical attention to keep pumping Tifnumbu to appear in public. Now, even if it sounded like a kind of too late, yeah, but somehow, if he succeed, and is sworn in as your president in Nigeria, ladies and gentlemen, this will be your reality. But we'll come back to that. Nigeria is about to count our citizens. And according to them, it will cost them $1.8 billion to count 200 million people or more. Now, India has a population of 1.3 billion. Using technology or digital sensor to count the people is the modern thing, but I'll come back to that too. Well, we'll go into that in a moment. So if population is the reason why Nigeria, a poor country, corrupt country, with no reliable, verifiable, or dependable data that you can trace to her, it is always business or jobs or food for the boys. Indonesia, India, Pakistan, Brazil, and their population and what they spent in counting their citizens. Now, let me tell you the politics behind census in Nigeria, okay? This is for those of you who are innocent when it comes to some of these things. What is the dust that Mayegun is going to raise about census again? What have they done wrong again? Or what? Well, I mean, is it not, is census not for planning, development, and every other thing that a serious country should do? Of course, that's the normal definition of census, right? You get to know the number of people living in a particular place at a particular time, at least long enough for the past 10 years of their lives. Therefore, the government and then even businesses and almost everyone can use this data to plan for every area according to the people living there. Now, what does that mean? Census is a way of categorizing and understanding your country. And you have to do something. You have to be very, very honest with it. Or else, it's a pure waste of time. Just like your elections. Somebody told me, Mayegun, Nigeria shouldn't be conducting elections. I mean, it's pure waste of life, waste of resources. This one they said they conducted, right? Over 32 people died violently because of elections. Billions and billions of your money went down the drain because of election that is already rigged. Ridiculous. Abi? Now, you want to count your people to know who is where and doing what. So what census does is that my name is Olushola Badero, right? I am 39 years old and I have no disability. So I will tell you about my educational qualifications. Am I currently working or not? Am I self-employed or not? And then, am I a Christian or a Muslim? I will choose not to say, oh, Where do you currently live? I live at number 14, Itunshoku Quarters, Odogbolu. Okay. Oh, my name is AGBA Olatunji. I am 26 years old, graduate. I have no job presently, and I live with my parents. The reason for all this data is because when you have them, you can be able to know how much of your population are of this youthful age. How many are children? How many are elderly? How many people are currently working? How many are pensioners? And you see all these details, right? We eventually give you what is called the forensic. No, is it called forensic, or should I call it like an X-ray? So where are those who are more educated and then unemployed? What is the level of their education and all that? Then how can you start planning? When you have children, and the number says this is the number of children you have in Nigeria, and these are of school age. How many schools do you have in that community where you have this number of children? Can the number of schools in this community serve the number of children born in that community? What is the birth rate? What is the death rate in that community? What are the basic amenities lacking and needed to provide for that number of people there? That is what is called census. In Nigeria, it is the opposite. It is a fraud, manipulation put in place by political criminals, as well as the civil servants, as well as everyone who understands why census, like election, is also a game of number. Do you know why? Census in Nigeria determines how many local governments you should have. Maybe they should create more states for more criminal politicians to emerge. Oh, how much should they give to you every month, allocation from Abuja based on your population? Oh, what else can we give to you politically? If you have this number, okay, can you use that as a political negotiation leverage? This is what their census is all about in Nigeria. It's not about how can we provide electricity for this certain number? How can we power industrial development and revolution in this particular part of the country? How can we develop rail transportation and every other transportation means of transportation to serve this number of people and yield this particular development and return and possibly give them better lives? They don't plan census down. Okay? So, and that is why when they manufacture number about Kano is 30 million people, everybody just agree and say, yeah, they have always been more. Northern Nigeria as well. But when you say do it digitally, do you know how you do that? A serious country would naturally, this age and time would naturally digitalize their birth and death registration to start with. That is a country that really want to change anything. Sure, you get. You will start with when you are born. If I go online to a particular birth website, you will see the numbers of children that are being born every minute, every hour. You can do that now. There is a website that can tell you how many people are being born and dying per country every minute, all over the world. But a country that's not why you know what they do. Once they count, they manufacture the numbers. You will see Kano, Dangangiwa, 25 million. You know why? Because in 1980, Kano was, I'm just using some of the way they manufacture their numbers so for you to understand and why there is no real development, because nobody can really tell how many people are actually residing in every state in Nigeria. Majority of the numbers are what? Bogus. And politicians can just wake up and say, okay, I'm just going to construct road. Oh yeah, start demolishing houses. I think we should have road here. Oh, I think we should have bridge here. Sure you get. And some of you will be like, what about all these places that are so dirty? Look at our market. Can you not fix them where you are generating money? Because they have no idea how important the numbers are, because they have no idea who lives where. In all honesty, they don't care. So they can sit down and say, in 1980, Lagos was 2 million and Kano was 3 million.
Honestly, this census that he's just describing right now.
No, it's a scam. I'm gonna tell you right now, it is a scam. It is. Beyond, in fact, there's no bigger scam right now. They're gonna scam on the front end and the back end. They're gonna scam in the front end. The money we don't have, they're gonna borrow it and pay for this charade. On the back end, they're gonna skew the results and use the exaggerated numbers in the north, because there will be exaggerated numbers in the north. They're going to use that to continue to give those people more resources, because it's only in this country our sharing formula is, or if you have more people, go, not what you bring to the
exactly,
not what you bring to the pie, not what you bring to the pie. Imagine you invite somebody to your house, he didn't come, he didn't even bring wine to dinner, just came, ate everything, go. That's the kind of system we practice in Nigeria. Like, it is a scam. Kanu that can't give 1 million people 1 million votes during the presidential election, they're going to tell you that it's 30 million people that live there. I put it to you today that all the numbers that have come out of Kanu, Katsina, and Kaduna from 1999 has been a lie.
I believe
all the numbers as every single election, it has been a lie. How do I say that? I say that because of simple math. Go look at the numbers of PVC collected. Go look at the people in the registered votes. No, I'll just use Kanu. Let's use Kanu, for example. Forget the rest. Kanu, look on your phone. Everybody's, as I'm listening. The votes of Kanu in this last presidential election, even though they were rigged and everything, and look at Buhari, Boko Haram, and the Akada People's Congress votes from the two elections that he won. Go look at them. It's not 6 million and like 5 million he got consecutively in Kanu.
Yep.
And Kwankwaso, that is way more popular, Kwankwaso's party did not have a 1 million. They did not have up to 1 million. In fact, everybody's votes together in Kanu did not reach 3. So I tell you for a fact, they've been just manufacturing numbers since the beginning. It's a lie. I do not believe they are more than us in the north. I do not believe that at all. I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
I don't believe it. You know why I don't even believe it the more? Because of this terrorist act. You know, literally, there were enough that were cleaned out. So their numbers even fell, reduced further, right? So even if they were coming out with numbers, forged numbers prior, right? But with this terrorist act, it got worse because these people were taking over and literally cleaning out cities. So
yeah, they were ethnic cleansing. That shit was ethnic cleansing. They wanted the people to leave their property and their land. It was ethnic cleansing. Listen, the Al-Qaeda's People's Congress, this APC, these they want to take over our country. These guys are terrorists. Like, let's start calling them what they are. They are terrorists. They're terrorists because you hear during the election, there were surprisingly no attacks, no kidnappings, no killings. Then immediately the election finished, they resumed duty.
Exactly.
Which means these Al-Qaeda's People's Congress have a rapport with these people, that they are people, that they are one and the same, they're singing from the same hymn book. That's simply what it means. They are terrorists and they've taken over the government. It's trending towards one place. Hey, I want to say we need to be careful, but the die has been cast. I've everybody I know, I've been screaming it to high heaven. What happened in Lagos? What happened in Lagos? The ethnic profiling that they started in Lagos, the pointing out of Igbo people. I'm telling you right now, that is the brick and mortar foundation of Rwanda. I'm telling you right now, that is the foundation of Rwanda. The foundation of Rwanda has been laid. It has been laid because I'm telling you right now, you only take a retaliatory strike in the southeast and the country goes up in flame. I tell you that for a fact. What they've opened up in Lagos, if they don't like concern, I don't mean really, really reconcile and admit what was done. Listen, I tell you, you say I said, I'm telling you right now, it's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of time before ethnic war. I'm telling you, because people are not going to take this. You can't do what they did to people and claim they are one country and they belong to one country. Oman Nalayo, like they will never accept it. Like, you think this thing is just gonna die down, or think Igbo people are stupid and they're just gonna take this line? I'm telling you, the brick and mortar foundation of the genocide in Rwanda has been laid. It's been laid. It's not gonna go away, and it's not something you can quote unquote move on from. I'm telling you, Amoye, this is heading towards ethnic war. I'm telling you right now.
I have a question, Obiko, because now that we are moving towards the census, Ejo, I beg, all these small wahala wey dey our country, they're not solve and finish, because it just be like say everybody just say, okay, maybe we just leave those ones, maybe we just they go forward. The people that are rioting in small places and making their voices known, and government or any, are we not solving their problem? It will need can say census. Killer and count. What are we counting, Edo?
It is a grave.
The small stone will remain. I be people when don't get money now with the count. I be make person me explain because me no just understand the matter at all. I lost where.
It is a grave. They're trying to cash out on their way out. There is literally no need for this. He could have done this in his first term or the beginning of his second, but it's a grave. It is money. It is money.
My brother, beg. Which term has it even started, Ejo? Because
no.
We never
not Tifnumbu. I'm talking about Boko Haram.
Watch Boko. How many days does he have left? He has collected everything left. Now this one is just to make it official that this is all the money I stole. So let's put a name on it.
This is the last cash out. This is the last cash out. This is the last cash out because there's. Let me tell you, there is literally no sense because census is meant to be done. There's a set time. It's a set iteration. So it's 10 years. It was 10 years in Nigeria. That's how it was. It was 10 years, or in any civilized country, it's 10 years. But these they've not done a census since how many years now? Is okay,
so is it not usually the new Senate that comes in or the Senate that proposes this? Is it the office of the people that proposes this? I'm lost.
Good question. They've been planning it. It didn't just, to be fair. No, I'm not even going to be fair to them. This did not just spring up. It was postponed, if I'm not mistaken. It was meant to have taken place. Is it April? I don't know. They postponed it, but it's happening now. The whoever, like, these people are so stupid. Whoever plans and let's go back. Let's even go back to this census. Like, don't people have NIN? I know.
Yeah, I think they gave
NIN, right?
Yeah, there's NIN for
there's people. NIN, there's bank account, there's voter register. Like, this is something that you log into your computer in any civilized society and you fill out this thing by yourself. You have the ID you have your identification, your NIN, your bank account, your just put it in the computer and link the back end to the database. And countries have been doing census. The money my sister, if I start, it's just, I'm gonna get mad if I start. Like I said, is all a grift. The whole census is a cash out. I've told you right now. The idiot that is in charge of the census is not disrespect to the Muslim, but he's now Boko Haram's friend. He's a Muslim man from the north, just like usual. It's a cash out. That's simply what it is. It's a cash out on the way out. That's it. Because the thing doesn't make physical sense. It doesn't make economic sense. Just after an election, that how many people were killed, we're not even talking about that. You know, 30-something people lost their life in the name of this democracy that that we practicing. Nobody's even talking about that. Nigerian citizens died because what? Because we want to count votes at our big age. Whenever I think about this country, bro, like it's sadness. It's not even anger anymore. I'm really sad because of the things that these people get away with. Like for real. For real.
So okay, now that we've said all of that, right? So what? Because we gotta think about solutions. As much as we understand the situation with the census, with everything we know that's going on, what is the solution? Because of course we're not going to fold our hands and watch this happen. I know there are protests. I know there are people on ground in Nigeria waiting.
There's a protest on the because I live near I live closer to the East Coast, so yeah, there's a protest on I think the 4th.
Yeah, that's coming up in
Yeah,
April.
I'm gonna be there. I'm definitely gonna be there. I'm gonna be there with songs that lent from the from the from the pirate people. Those guys look like they have fun every day. But yeah, I'm gonna be there. And there's a press conference after like the process. They're gonna have a world press conference at the National Press Club. I don't know anybody that's familiar with this. He knows. Who know the National Press Club is a prestigious what's it called in DC. But yeah, they except from armed insurrection, you feel me? There's nothing more that people can do. And besides, His Excellency Peter Obi has said we should all calm down. He believes in the man believes in the judiciary, which I've told you I've given you my opinion concerning the judiciary. So I mean, but he believes in the judiciary, and he said we should all calm down and follow the due process. I guess we're gonna follow due process, but I do not believe in the judiciary. You see, Ariwola. I'm pronouncing his name right. Ariwola, whatever his name is, he's doing comedy skits. They're deceiving each other. Like, bro, like who? I don't know who he thinks is deceiving with that image he did, because we know for a fact it was in London. Like, bro, even the statement they released, they didn't say it wasn't in London, did they?
They did say that. They didn't say
exactly. They did not say that.
They didn't debunk that.
They did not debunk it because it would be asinine. There's picture, there's proof, there's stamps. Like, people saw you, bro. Like, you came to a port of entry. Like, I don't know who they were trying to deceive with that, but it's definitely not you and I, because.
Well, that's true.
It's definitely not you and I.
Yeah, a lot of people are not being deceived as well, because one thing people have to understand is that a lot of Nigerians have woken up in their millions, by the way, and we have the majority on our side. So the people that are making all this noise on the other side, they're just very few, a few of them. And you can even see it on social media. If you go on Twitter, the backlash they're getting is not even here. Even when for Food Coyote comes on and he has something smart to say, when you go into his comment section, you'll be like, oh my God, this man has just turned himself to, when someone turns himself into used newspaper that's just tossed away. That's exactly what somebody's father has turned themselves into. It's crazy to me.
Like I said, for food, belay infrastructure. Like, sometimes, I thank God, like, I don't have to debase myself. Let's go back. This man is a lawyer, bro. He actually went to Oxford. You know that?
Yeah, I heard.
The man went to Oxford, bro. This man he's not a dummy, bro.
Well, he comes across as one.
He definitely comes to debase yourself. You have a degree. You do not need to.
All he knows how to speak British English. That's all he knows how to.
The man has
grammar. That's all.
A lot of money was spent on his education.
Yeah.
And
sorry to interject.
No, you good.
But most of those people who go to, what I discovered long time ago, most of these people who go to Oxford, whatever, big name schools, I'm not saying all of them, most of them, if they have a history, right? So they have like their parents went there and stuff like that, they have a way of getting in, right? And then some of them is money. They pay They pay money, they maybe build something for the
Oh
school.
yeah, alumni. What's it called?
Exactly.
Discussion.
Some of them don't know anything. They
Yeah.
just go
You're right.
there,
You're right. I'm
they'll
forgetting what it's
just
called.
pass them for
It's called
nothing.
legacy admission.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah,
Legacy something. I
yeah,
forget
yeah,
what
yeah.
it's called.
The parents will write a letter, probably
Yeah,
donate few, not few, donate a sizable, no, something
exactly.
respectable to the
To
school,
the
and they
school.
just submit it on. Yeah,
Yeah.
you might be right.
Don't
Yeah,
go to school. You don't have to know Jack. They'll
yes,
just pass.
because he
Let's have
wasn't. He's
a
not a
scam.
very good lawyer, so I guess you do have a point there. He might have just gone there for the vibes.
No. Mm-mm. Did you guys hear this lady, Nena Oti, the professor who turned down the money that they
Oh
gave
yeah,
her?
That was
You know,
nice though. That
somebody
was nice to
gifted
see.
her a car and 100 million, and the gifts keep rolling in for her. Her life has changed just
Forever.
forever, just by saying no. I'm not going to do my people like that. Look at when she was coming into her village or something. Look at the welcome they gave her. My God, it pays. Just be good to people. You see what me and bother?
Heroes welcome at our work.
Yeah, I mean, if APC was half good to Nigeria, would have been a slam dunk. People would have voted landslide for APC. No, but you are terrible to people, and you are forcing them to accept, like you're shoving it down their throats. You must. It's like an abusive husband or an abusive wife. You must. I must stay in your house. You must remain married to me. It doesn't work like that. And a lot of Nigerians have woken up and are not going to allow this. There are people that are waiting for Peter Obi to just give signal. There are people literally waiting by their chair. Make Peter Obi just do head one kind, say, okay, time up, time, guys. Remember when he was talking about protests when he went for the interview? I think with is it Channels or Arise? I think it was Channels News. Where he
Yeah, when they said they wanted to arrest him, and I laughed. I was like, "Go arrest him! Go
said,
arrest him! Go
like,
arrest
please arrest him.
him!"
Please,
Immediately
please.
you arrest him, all the embassies in Nigeria they will lift up their staff. All of them will go. Immediately he's arrested. You want to set the country on fire? Go
I
arrest him.
see you. People were begging, please, please arrest him. I beg you, please arrest him this night. This night. Did they do that? Because they know the man has
You're not crazy.
wields so much power over these people now. They that's why they cannot do anything too drastic with him. They can. We hear Pakam. The hope nobody go to hear word again. Nobody.
American and British embassy will leave their staff the next hour. No joke. I'm not joking. Because immediately they arrest him. You've basically giving the what's it called to the youth. They're gonna burn down the country, and
That
they're gonna burn down the country. That's exactly what's gonna happen.
Yeah, people
No
were
joke.
begging, please, can you just hurry up and arrest him? Hey, you people want to see the country burn down in a day. Arrest him. They know. People are just waiting by the edge of their seats, waiting for Peter Obi to just give a signal. So that's one thing I know is going to happen. Somehow in the midst of this chaos and all this, and knowing things that we're being subjected to, pay attention to and listen to from this other side, there's something deep down that tells me it's all going to be okay. I don't know why. So I feel, in as much as sometimes I feel like, oh my God, why can't we just get this thing? But somehow, deep down, it's going to be okay. I think we're going to be victorious in this. And that's why I like Peter Obi's, the way he's handling it. The guy is very strategic, man. You can never know what's going on in his mind. Never. When he moves, everybody knows he's moved. Look at what he did. Just by just sending in his petition, everybody has been running up and down on the other side. They've been looking for ways to rip into those petitions. Nothing is going through. Nothing. They've tried to explain it away, it's not sticking. And even their spokespeople, when they come on TV, my people, please always stand on the side of truth. It's easier. When they come and they're asking them questions, these people, they are twisting in a corner, twisting themselves into a corner just to explain why the obvious lie. Facially, you can tell that they don't even believe what they're telling you. The inside of them is telling you the truth. The outside is telling you something different. The conscience is a powerful thing. When you watch their interviews, you're like, why do you want to put yourself through this? You know that what you're saying is a lie. You yourself, you know. You are not even buying the lie. Why do you think someone else will? Meanwhile, when Peter Obi's people come, they speak with such authority and confidence, not flinching, because they don't have to lie. They don't have to tell any lies. You know, it's crazy to me. Let's watch some more of Mayegun because I want to hear a little bit of his analysis before we stop playing, and then we can talk some more.
So that makes sense. Now then you can just say in 1990 or 20 years later, in year 2000, then automatically, if Lagos is 10 million, then let's say Kano is 15 then. And we say, yeah, it's true. There are so many. If you look at them, if you go to all these Borno, you go to all these places, you will, you know that. So over time, they have done something very successfully, and they will do it again. Apart from the money they don't have, that they would have to, go and either print the money or go and borrow it and then loot it and give you a bogus number that has nothing to do with development at all. You will see, what do you call it? It will all come back when they manufacture the number, when they finish manufacturing the numbers. Then it will all come down to how much should we then give Kano with 44 local governments? And then Lagos, how much should we give Lagos with a 20 local government? Well, that settles it. 44 local governments, we need to take care of more people. So in Nigeria, where they rob Peter to pay Paul, the reason why they do all of that is because when in Nigeria, when they take all money from everywhere and put them in a jar, the only sharing formula is by population, not by what you contribute. It is by population. So if they say Nasarawa has 13 local governments, Bayelsa has 13 local governments. Nasarawa is small, but it's in the north. Bayelsa is also small, but it's in the south. So if you have to do it right in Nigeria context, Nasarawa can be like 2 million people, and then Bayelsa can just be about 1 million people. But here is the target. Bayelsa may contribute $1 billion into Nigeria's cover, that cookie jar. Nasarawa may contribute just $10,000. Listen, I'm not joking. No, $10,000 from Nasarawa. Bayelsa, $1 billion. So when it is time to share, Nasarawa with the same 13 local governments and the Bayelsa with the same 13, by population, they would have to take more than them. Until Bayelsa started bombing pipeline. So they now manufactured something. Yeah, we are taking 100% of your resources. And we are sharing that with everybody, including the North, right? So what will happen is this, we'll give you 13% of that. And we'll call it derivation formula. That's fair for you. And that is Nigeria context of counting people. And in this case, it will cost Nigeria $8 to count each person based on their current projected population, that maybe they will be up to 250 million. So 250 million people, according to them, it will take them $8. Some people said they should give us the money and we'll count ourselves. But technologically, all you have to do, if you have a voter's card, if you have driver's license, if you have a national insurance that they give, is it called national insurance number, NIN, Abi? If you have a bank account, you know why all of these are valid IDs, but not in Nigeria? Because of the fraud that they deliberately created. to allow what you are witnessing to continue from generation to generation, right? When you register to be a driver, you added an address, verification. When you open a bank account, you have an address attached as verification. When you sign up for your NIN, you have an address as what? Verification. When you register to vote to get your voter's card from them, at least, according to them, 91 million of you have voter's card with a number assigned to you. That should be in your data, Nigeria data pool, Abby. It should ordinarily just be there, Abby. No, it's not. Because everybody built their own shop to milk you, not to better your life. And that's what we are saying. If there's anything to solve Nigeria wahala, don't conduct census, conduct referendum. Ask Nigerians directly. Ask all the ethnic nationalities there. Ask them if they still want to be part of Nigeria or not. And if they want to be, under what condition, arrangement, something that actually defines boundaries. But Nigeria is not ready for that. Therefore, this abracadabra. So they will manufacture their numbers eventually, and then it will come down to just same thing, just more money for those who now know that well, as long as Nigeria exists, the dominance, which is not actually serving anyone to start with. Okay, let's go back to this. 213 million people. A digitalized sensor means you could just go online. Sure, you get. Just go online. A secure country's website is enough for you to go on and registration to get counted. And you get verified by any of their choosing verification lines. And with that, you don't even have to pay anybody to count people. But it is Nigeria. You know, when they promised you this fraudulent election and they were mouthing technology, and a lot of you thought they were for real. They weren't for real. They were fraud. Okay? Now, they promised heaven and earth. With technology, nobody can rig your election. Nobody can manipulate this or that. Because they are the only one who can do that. And they just did. They just did. Which in itself, right, has further weakened, if not completely destroyed, whatever little trust some of you were putting up on Nigeria, so to say, right? $1.8 billion. That's over 1 trillion naira. Labaramaku.
$1.8 billion. When they call this money, sometimes I don't know. Sometimes it be like say I don't know numbers again. You won't count people of over 200 million. You need $1.8 billion. All the counting when they do before, where that money go? That's the question. Which people they collect this money? How come we not they see the money for their body? Even with all the billions when they swallow, they show. Ha! Okay.
Who happened to be from that Nasarawa I used as an example earlier. He was saying something about the crime that INEC committed and is still committing. Carrying the whole country, carrying the whole country, Mugu, and daring them saying, what are you going to do about it? Like, what are you going to do about, do your worst? In his words, Labaran.
Force other than this group must rule Nasarawa State. So that's what happened. If you go to IRF, you will notice that in the accreditation for Chiroma and Gayam ward, there are different figures for the House of Assembly and the governorship. But it's the same beaver that was used. How can you suddenly 2 elections announced. The one for the House of Assembly has different figures of accreditation, and the ones for the governorship, but it's the same accreditation, the same number of people that voted in the governorship election are those that voted in the House of Assembly election. But if you go to the IRF and you go to the back end and you see they are different from what was announced. This was simply brazen and criminal. Do your worst. That is why they were telling us. Who add the figures will announce it. Do your worst. So that so-called wide lead is not. Look at what happened. What did the APC get in the presidential election? What was the votes of APC in the presidential election? For example, look at the gap between what they voted in the presidential election and what they got in the governorship. That is one. Number 2, in this election, PDP defeated Sule in his local government, in Akwanga local government. We defeated him flatly. We defeated him in his ward. We defeated him in Akwanga zone, which is his own zone. Then we defeated him in Doma local government, in Obi local government. These are huge population centers. Then we defeated him in Karu. Where are they cooking those figures from? Very clearly, you will notice that this was the most brazen act of criminality I've seen in any election, that people suddenly just go and use 3-4 units and add to their figures and just announce. Those figures are simply fiction. They don't agree with the total accreditation for election in Latvia local government, in Gayam, in Chiroma. So that is what they were doing. It had nothing to do with the real votes cast by the people. If you want to do that, go to IRF, you will see the gap between what they declared and what actually took place in the election proper.
It's hard to discountenance your submission that Nasarawa is a curious state, Mr. Marco. But then again, why was the PDP unable to prove its mettle with Nasarawa being its home base in the presidential election? Because the PDP was defeated in the presidential election in Nasarawa state.
But APC was even more defeated. APC had a national chairman in the election from Nasarawa state. They had a sitting incumbent government in Nasarawa state. They were flatly defeated. Because, you see, what happened in the presidential election, as you could see, was that there was this wave, of obedience of young people that we all took for granted. And we were thinking that Peter Obi was a joke. Where will he go? So both PDP and APC, we were thinking, no, this man, he doesn't have structures. He will not be able to do much and so on. But the people somehow, young people, seized the initiative from all the politicians. And for the first time, what we saw in Nasarawa, in several other places, in Edo, in Delta, where the vice president comes from, we saw that the young people were serious about what they were doing, and they took advantage of the social media, to project a program that has shaken the nation. For me, we lost in the presidential election. We lost truly. APC, which is the incumbent government, lost more woefully than we did. Who had the government, who have the party in the state, they all lost. So you can't use the presidential election to judge what will happen. We didn't win, but on the...
So the bottom line is that if Nigeria was a country, yeah, and people are allowed to express themselves the way they want to without any intimidation or harassment, number one, there are so many things that they would disprove. There are so many myths. Some of them created political myth and all that would have been destroyed if they were allowed. But because they've waged violence to stop them and the rest, and it's still a problem for them right now as we speak, it might have altered the further exposure of Nigeria's deep state, the corrupt deep state in Nigeria, and how much of a myth some of them are living on, or should I say, living on the created fear that if people were truly allowed, same thing with this sense of nonsense. Nigeria could not conduct elections. Nigeria couldn't conduct elections. APC couldn't even rig election successfully. Do you know how bad that is?
Facts.
Fact. Now, take a look at this. So, let's take the money out. I've told you the political side of their census It's not for you. It's not in your interest. It's just about who can write the biggest figure and then get it accepted into their own system so that they can get paid more. And when they get paid more, you know, that doesn't come to you. It goes straight to the criminal office holders in your different states. But Nigeria couldn't conduct elections 63 years after independence. So that same Nigeria is about to also run another most fraudulent and the most rejected population census figures in Nigeria history. And this is something about them. Something that somehow, if you like them, if you like APC and anyway, okay, you are 100% likely going to be so blind to some of these things. And it's understandable, okay? Some of you, until you become victims, you never will believe anything is happening at all. In fact, injustice, where are you seeing injustice? Everybody is just crying. They are sore losers, this and that. You can ignore all of the obvious. But do you know something about APC, Egbe? That everything they touch dies. Every institution that they touch turned to smoke. I am not saying that they met this great system when they came in. But have you noticed that when they touched the defense, it collapsed? And majority of you are now at the mercy of the terrorists paying ransom. When they touched your economy, Nigeria entered recession 3 times and hasn't recovered to date. When they touched your military, your police, they turned them into murder weapon like never seen before. I saw police shooting people on the street like this during NSAS. People that are not even coming to them, or people inside their shops, so police were shooting on the streets. They turned them into murderers. Maybe you haven't noticed. When they touched the judiciary, it became more toothless. They are only good at giving orders, issuing orders, court order, court judgment. But APC, Egbekegbe, turned the judiciary to what? A joke. APC touched everything and they destroyed them. Look at your own elections. It should be getting better, Abi. It's getting worse. So now they are about to touch your census. APC touched your oil industry and they destroyed it completely. It is under them that oil thieves with heavy, mighty vessels are loading Nigeria crude oil on Nigeria waters, and they are staying there for weeks. 700,000 barrels of crude oil stolen every day for 7.5 years. Election was just about a month to election. Suddenly they discovered one. They found the oil thieves. Oh, thank God. Now let's take a look at who are those who are buying the oil from them. Who are the owners? Who is the owner of the vessel? Who are those working on the vessel? Now bring them out and do investigation. 3 days after that, they set the whole vessel ablaze, so then burn them down. They destroyed the evidence. To this day, story. 700,000 barrels of crude oil stolen from Nigeria every day for 7.5 years. Do the number. 700,000 every day for 10 days. That's 7 million. For 10 days, that's 7 million. For 10 days, that's 7 million. They are stealing 21 million barrels of crude oil from Nigeria every month. 21 million times 12. 221 million plus 42 million. That's a 264 million, I think. In a year, 200.
This is staggering, my people. This is so staggering to hear.
People should be on the fact that there's parties going on every Saturday in Nigeria. It's amazing to me. If there's any people in this world that have nothing to celebrate, it's us. We in 77 trillion naira in debt. What are we celebrating? We have loaded our great grandchildren with responsibility. They did nothing to us. We've loaded them. We've destroyed their life even before it started, because somebody is going to pay that money back. I assure you, the Chinese will collect their money back. They're already learning Yoruba and Igbo. That is not a play. They are collecting their money back. If you think that, like, we're in trouble, Amoy. Like, our situation is beyond dire. We should all be marching towards Aso Rock. Like, for real, there should be massive protests every day.
This is maddening. You guys, are you hearing the amount of money that these people are? Hey, plus the crude oil that they're stealing on ships. Not be saying something when they know they feel see. Every day.
Peter Obi don't talk and say oil is not a sweet that you can keep in your pocket. For you to steal oil, your military has to be involved. Somebody has to clear the tanker. Yeah, you and I cannot just buy a tanker and come to Nigeria. That's not the way it works. Every ship has a tracker. Every ship is geolocated. Every ship on the surface of the earth is being tracked as I'm talking to you, because you can go online and search.
On top of that, they have to.
It is corruption from the top. Al Qaeda's People's Congress are the ones stealing from us. It is so obvious.
Let's continue.
160 million barrel of Nigeria crude oil every year for 7 years. 6 times 7, 42. Jesu, 4.2 billion barrels of Nigeria crude oil was stolen. Now, this is not $4.2 billion, so 4.2 billion barrels of Nigeria crude oil stolen in 7.5 years, plus or minus. Now, you can begin to multiply them by each barrel. Multiply one barrel by minimum of $70. Now, multiply 4.5 billion or 4.2 billion barrel of crude oil times $70. Then you will see what they have done to you. Then they found one. They found one tank, one vessel, 1 month to elections, and they destroyed it. That's what they did to you. Everything they touched, they destroyed. They touched justice, they destroyed it. They touched the security, they make all of us unsafe. And it's getting worse. Now there are people, they are surprised that people are not going to be with them. I am just giving you this number just for you to just imagine what they have done to you. What that could have done for Nigeria. Nigeria is in debt of over $120 billion right now. $120 billion. APC, Egbekegbe, they destroyed your naira, turned it into tissue papers. Now they decided to recolor it. They dipped your naira inside coloring. And they say, yeah, we have rebranded the naira. But the value unko, trash. That's what they did. Don't forget. So now they conducted an election. The whole country is just in turmoil.
When I remember those buying water when I wear me, when I remember those watching water when I wear me, water when I wear me, water when I wear me, water when I wear me.
When I remember waiting and just do me, water run out. If I water no fit come for my eyes again, because my eye water is dry. Dry. So when you see some of us smile or laugh, it's not because we found this like hilarious or humorous. It's because in Yoruba land they say, when situation pass crying, you will begin to laugh. That's exactly what Nigeria is. You begin to laugh. They say, yeah, jensa fun gbomo, which they run away from kidnapper. What happened? Because everything don't turn over his head. A lot of things that you would never imagine are happening, and people are just like, so are you laughing, sir? No, I'm not laughing. No, don't think I'm laughing. No, I am crying inside. That's how so many people actually see Nigeria, with what shege they have come across. So I next said, she was saying, what can you do? Somebody where they work out. The way Nigeria has become, elections, not census yet, elections, person they work out. I saw people say, like, he can never be my president. Tinubu, I told you, it's not like it's calm.
Tinubu cannot be a president in this country. Let's go. Yes. Tinubu cannot be a president. Tinubu, I said, take my picture. Yes, sir. Tinubu cannot be a president in this country. Yes. All our mandate, and we must take it back. Are you that continuous? Yeah. Solidarity, solidarity, hallelujah. We must take our mandate back. Solidarity, hallelujah. Solidarity, hallelujah. Solidarity, hallelujah. We must take our mandate back.
Nigeria is so corrupt. I wish I regret the day I was born in this country. It's unfair. This is unfair now. This is unfair. Nigeria is so.
And this is where they are already taking all of you. Hang on. Like I said before, some of you joined, okay? I know a lot of you are just going to be joining now. I heard a lot of you are also saying you didn't receive notification, especially on YouTube, okay? Now, what happened is YouTube algorithm, maybe it's also changing weather and changing time, but our time changed in the UK. Remember that it used to be 8 p.m. in the UK, 9 p.m. in Nigeria, right? So a lot of you set your time to Nigeria time, even when you are watching from the US or watching from all over the world. Now, this is the time for you to go and check your notification again, okay? 8 p.m. UK time is 8 p.m. Nigeria time. Sure you get now. So we are now on the same time zone. Sorry that some of you have been so used to that 9 p.m. Nigeria time, 8 p.m. UK time. No, now it is 8 p.m. So check your notifications, set them up, and you will never miss anything henceforth, okay? Until, I think it's going to be until October 2023. Our time will remain the same. So check it, check your notification, leave the comment zone, okay? And in fact, right, if you are watching on YouTube right now, we are over 2,000 of us right now in the, in the sermon. Do you mind leaving that comment section and go on there to drop your offerings to show that you are here? Like that broadcast and then, like the video and take it further, okay? So let's go back to census. Now we know what the election has been and what it is still likely going to lead to, okay? And why APC, Egbekegbe that won an election, are still paying people 3,000 naira, 2,000 naira to go and protest in Abuja. You saw why. Because a lot of people are like, some are waiting for court to say Tinubu should go to jail and he won't be president, right? Others are waiting for them to say, no, go and do another election. Others are waiting for them to say, no, Tinubu won and he should go and continue. Tinubu himself is currently receiving his own pump up in France. Maybe he's going to come back to the UK to recover. Then after that, very soon, you are going to see him in Saudi Arabia. And Ramadan Kareem, by the way, to all my Muslim brethren in the temple, Ramadan Kareem to all of you. So yeah, he's gonna go for lesser Hajj when they finish the whole packaging, when they believe that they can pop him up. Now, this whole thing is just giving you the Buhari vibe. Sure, you get, and that's not a good vibe. Okay. Again, I'm not here to change your mind, especially those of you who are Lagos Abobakus or Abrodian Buhari idiots. I'm not here to change your mind. I'm just telling you that this is giving you the Bokuwari's vibes again. And indeed, you would have to live with stories that are always going to come out and say, well, Tinubu, you don't get stroke for France. So Tinubu fell off aircraft in Berlin. They don't rush him to Saudi Arabia. You are going to have to get used to them. Fake news. But inside your mind, you'll be praying that, may God not let them be true, Sha. God not let them be true. You know, that's how majority of those who were supporting Bokuwari for 7.5 years. Hypertension. They are always hungry, looking for something to make them feel like, hey, this is why I supported Bokuwari. This is the change I voted for, because it is everyday bad news. Death, debt, insecurity, joblessness, poverty, corruption, oppression, protest, this every day. So they are always looking online for any small good news. Some of them come to me, Mayegun, don't you see anything good at all to tell us? Are you saying that these people don't have any good thing at all? I was like, if you know them, why are you asking me? How about you open social media? Is so free. There are so many people who wanted to hear the good news, the good thing, and how much of that good thing is affecting. How many people that thing is affecting, and how many people are the bad thing is pushing further and further to their death or poverty, and on and on and on. So you too, you can go and open a YouTube, but you know what? They no get many. They no get at all. If they want to think of anything good, by the time they come on to Mayegun's diary political, and Mayegun begin to explain that fraudulent, this guy is good, it could come be like that they spoil their happiness. I mean, look at we have gotten a new rail from Lagos to Ibadan. Is that not a good thing? Oh, it is. Just pray that they are able to pay back the Chinese, or else they will take it over. You just have to go and learn how to speak Mandarin. Nothing bad. You just start speaking Chinese without going to China, simply because the criminals in your country used you as a collateral to build railway that is substandard, under a strenuous debt repayment that they won't pay. They won't. Sure, you get. And they believe that if they don't pay, the people can come and control the whole thing, and you can go and learn Chinese. But they built it now. Of course. I just gave you a number earlier. 4.2 billion barrels of crude oil. Multiply 4.2 billion barrels times $70. Somebody said his own calculator is producing error. Don't worry yourself. Let's do it this way. If you take 1 billion barrel and you multiply it by 70, what does that give you? No be $70 billion be that. That is 70 billion. Take another 1 billion, multiply it by $70. That's another $70 billion, Abi? Now, if you say 70 billion, $70 times 4 billion, that's $280 billion. Sure, you get $280 billion in 7.5 years. Okay. Now, if you round it up properly, it's going to be $300 billion. So Nigeria was producing crude oil Other people are stealing the crude oil. They are selling it abroad. And in 7.5 years, some certain people made close to $300 billion. Let's even say, now them be thief. They won't sell it at the full price. Let's say half price. $300 billion. So that means some people made $150 billion in that Nigeria, and their counterpart abroad, they made another $150 billion. Nigeria is the poverty capital of the world. Think about what $10 billion mean in Nigeria. Your naira, 700 naira, times 10 billion. 700, that will give you what? 7 trillion naira. 7 trillion naira. Just $10 billion. Oh, 7 trillion naira. Your total budget in Nigeria currently is put at 22 trillion naira. 22 trillion. Now, from this money, for 7.5 years, your highest budget is this year's budget, 22 trillion naira. Okay. Now begin to take 30 billion. 30 billion. So for 5 years, you would have used the same 22 trillion in Nigeria. You will be using if you are using 20 trillion for this past 7.5 years. But even you think now, Nigeria will be what it is now. But the money didn't come to you. Your government allowed it for 7.5 years. The money went into private pockets. The people who are rich enough to even plan coup in Nigeria, rig election in Nigeria, do whatever.
I don't know about una beg, my heart dey beat. I never hear this kind of money for my life before. The amount of money when these people don't colobi. Hey,
I'm telling you, you can lay up on our country.
At this point, if you hear that one Nigerians own the island of Fiji, do not be surprised. Or one island in the Bahamas, the entire island, because I know Oparinfi has an island. I believe as we're even talking, most of them, they all have mini islands of their own. Do not be shocked like, oh, is it possible?
Someone said minus the interest. Of course, we're going to be servicing that debt till God knows when.
You know what,
just the interest.
I don't want us to. It is good we understand the gravity of what these people have done and what they are doing. But I don't believe in wallowing in something that has a little glimmer of hope that can change it, because when we hear these kinds of explanation or statistics, it's mind-boggling. There's no country in this world that is not under debt. In fact, the US is under serious debt. Same thing with Canada. In fact, it's every country, but
it's serviceable and manageable.
Yeah, it's good that the country is in debt, but you've seen what the money is being used for in the country. You've seen the quality of life and how the system has been changed using this money that was borrowed. But in the case of Nigeria, it's depressing because we're not seeing the dividends of the money borrowed. And even at that, we don't know what the Nigerian government has signed for our future generations. And they're just, everything is padded. That is the depressing part.
You can thank Hamed Lawan, or Rubber Stamp Lawan, as I call him. He's the one that approved all this. Because he wanted to.
My dear brother, we are dealing with I read an
hello.
Hi.
Yeah, I read an article where Okere Madu, the one that was just convicted in London, was asked to bring 400 million to build a dialysis center way back then.
Oh yes, he refused.
And when he didn't refuse, he told them to increase it to 800 because he needs 400 to run the parole, right? So eventually they gave him 4 million instead of 8 million, and he pocketed the money. He never gave it to them to build the dialysis center. So after after about a year or so, the dialysis center contacted the government again that where is the money? And they told them to go and bring the situation report, how far they've gone. They're like, how far they've gone with what? They said, oh, we gave you 400 million. What did you do? They was like, no, they didn't have it. Today, Kama caught up with him, right? So let them continue to eat the money one by one. Kama will catch up with them.
He said,
unfortunately.
So he ate the 400 million that he could have used back then to build a beautiful dialysis center in his state, and that would have benefited everybody, including his own daughter. Now he's in jail for
But
what?
yeah,
So
but this
that is
karma
good.
thing, for one person, me, I don't subscribe to that too. It's just because we have a useless system that doesn't work. We cannot wait for because a Korean grown adult daughter has
Exactly.
some kidney ailment, and then we say, okay, God has punished him. No, we should have punished him from day one and not wait till 20
The man
something
has
years
been
I
later.
in
don't
the
know
Senate
how
for
God. I
20
don't know
plus
how God
years.
does it. I
20
just know
plus
that
years. These people don't
whatsoever
have
a man
drinking water.
sow, I just know whatsoever a man sow that he will reap. When he will reap it is between him and his God. I don't know.
Well, I don't think the Western world has succeeded by this mantra of when a man sows.
No, no, no.
I just
We did no. We didn't. The Western world succeed by people seeing consequences of action. When you do
exactly.
something wrong and people see that you are punished, nobody will do that again. A brilliant example is Trump. He's gonna be an example for decades. They're gonna charge him with nothing. If he's gonna have 5 different lawsuits in at least 3 different states when all is said and done, we're just gonna leave that there. But the only way a society moves forward is what's it called? Everybody can see the consequences of action. Like for example, I say this is a joke. There's a reason why I'm not moving pounds across state lines, and I'm facing my my project management. There's a reason why I'm doing that, because if you get caught with such substances trying to cross state lines, that's 25 years. So plain and simple, that's 25 years. You feel me? So anybody that's doing that knows if I get caught, that's 25 years, and you're gonna serve at least a good 20 of them years. You feel me? That's why nobody does that. But in Nigeria, what do you get? Nothing. The accountant general, this solicitor general, he stole 100 billion. 100 billion. What happened to him? Hello? He's alive and well, he's kicking. Nothing happened to him. So why won't the next person steal more? Come on now. If somebody stole and got away with it, why won't the next person after him steal and get away with it? That's why Mahmoud can do everything builds on each other. That's why Mahmoud can do whatever I like, because
That's why they
nothing
that's why they all
happens
want to kill
to
themselves in
anybody.
government and rig the
Exactly.
election.
Because they was what did Amechi say? Amechi said they steal from us because we don't stone them. This is a man that has stolen himself, saying you cannot do anything to me because you did not do anything to the last person that stole from you. So why will you go give me problems? So I must steal. Why won't I steal? Because you don't do nothing. If this any other country, our politicians would their houses will be on fire. They will be assaulted on the street. You think if they enter that country, they will have a convoy of 20 cars and everybody will part the road and let them go? Hell no. That's not gonna happen in this. If this was El Salvador, Guatemala, they don't throw away the government since. No joke. No joke. I really like sometimes when I think about I don't understand why we're so happy.
No, we
Bro,
are not
I
happy.
don't get
My
it.
brother, a lot of us are traumatized, but we don't realize it. And that's why it seems that many Nigerians are docile. A lot of them have some certain trauma. And that door hasn't opened. We have been traumatized. Do you realize that we went through a military government for years? And then you see what happened to people. You see people like I don't want to call that man, the man in Germany, I don't want to call his name, but people like that, they work on the minds of the people. When you subdue people, you subdue their mind in such a way that they don't act because you are going to react in a very bad way over time. So when they see you committing evil, broad daylight, there's some sort of hesitation because nobody wants to be the sacrificial lamb. No, I mean, every one person or the other can tell you the story of how their father or sister or brother, has lost their life, because of this similar incident in the past. So, like, you know what? I rather save my life. I have lost too many. So they have worked on the minds of Nigerians. So that's why when you see the outrage from countries like Brazil or, like you said, El Salvador, this can happen. It just makes you like, are we under some sort of spell? They have worked on the minds of Nigerians from our father's generation till now. Many people, because we all travel abroad and we hear, we're seeing how things are working, and with the introduction of the internet, and people coming to the internet, getting free programs and stations, and speaking out. The docility is in the mind. Many Nigerians, I keep saying it, are going through PTSD. Some don't even know it yet. But I can tell you, the reason why there's some sort of hesitation in reacting to what is going on in Nigeria is because their minds have been caged. Their minds have been caged. The obedient movement was this kind of conduit, but when you have an electrical wire, maybe the green and red wire is working, something is static, is going off and on. That's the stage we are in. One of the wires hasn't been connected properly. What kind of stirred a lot of people up was when Peter Obi submitted his the appeal document, and the entire public read it. It kind of gave people like a kickstart to even talk. Even the PDP now have the balls to even come out to talk, like what Dino was doing. Why? What stirred it up? The appeal documents, what was written there. It wasn't what they were expecting. That was something that kind of revved the people up. People's minds were just docile.
Yes, that I also noticed that myself. That is why
Yeah.
they're not talking, because I think
Our
initially
minds
they
are
were ready to withdraw.
correct. A lot of people's minds are still very docile. It's a trauma that Nigerians have gone through from the times of our parents till now. You know what people didn't, what people experienced in Abacha regime? Do you know what people even experienced during Obasanjo's regime? Do you know what people experienced during even this Buhari's regime? Some people, they are still going through trauma. Look at the NSAS. We were just about to come out of that trauma, and then something happened. So they worked on our minds again. They worked on the minds of the youths. That is how dictatorship work starts. They start with the mind. The man in Germany worked on the minds of German. The one in Belgium, King Leopold, they work on the minds of the people. And then, so it gets to a point where, they just, whatever they say, because they've worked on their mind for so long, whether it's good or bad, people, they have no opinion. They just take it like that and just like, okay, you know what? They even have people supporting it safe, just like what we're experiencing now. So a lot of us, it's true. Nigerians they have gone through trauma. They are living it. They don't. So many of them don't even realize it yet. That is why you see a lot of people are so angered. You don't know where the anger is coming from. People are killing somebody for 200 naira. Some women are selling their babies. Can you imagine that? Or parents now sending their children to do prostitution, both male and female. So you want, like, what is going on? It's like they're just a zombie because there is something that is locked there, and it is the trauma of the situation of the country that has kept them sort of docile. You see that man coming out of his car. He was just driving on. He saw that protest. Perhaps Nigeria has happened to him. You see the way he expressed himself with so much anger. Nigerians are quiet. The ones that are staying at home, but they are watching the protest. They are so angry. They have so much anger. If this court case starts and they televise it, something will unlock that trauma. If that court case starts and if they don't televise it, it's kind of, because the federal government now, they say, let us work on the minds. That is what Agbado is doing. Let us work on the minds of people. That's why they can easily use all those touts now out there in Lagos now. They work on their mind. It's not even about the money now. It's the mindset. So the greatest weapon is for you to capture the mind of a human being and control that person. That person is finished. That's what's happening in Nigeria. They've controlled the minds. We are traumatized nation. Let me put it that way. In summary, Nigeria is a traumatized nation. And you all know what, if a doctor is here, you know what happens to someone who's traumatized. That's what we're going through.
So, Sister Rita, thank you.
Egbekegbe party. What this my brother is talking about. I like that word, Bekegbe, the way the guy says it in Yoruba. in Yoruba accent. I always wonder, like, what is Egbekegbe?
It means bad company.
Bad
That's
company,
yeah.
Egbekegbe. Ah, wow.
I just saw the Michael, welcome. Oh, sorry, before we forget you, this matter, he hold everybody.
He really hold us. Oh.
The noise plenty for your end, oh.
You know, see what after Babalola donated. You know,
I don't pull am up. I dey wait. I say I want share the
Oh
thing.
yeah, I saw that. I mean, you can't be mad at that though.
you know what? There's something I have learned.
It's something wrong with
There's something I've learned. The human is, I don't want to say naturally, but if you are somebody who is conscious of that trait, you would know that the human mind tends to not the human mind, the human ego tends to crave for acknowledgement, tend to crave for recognition, sometimes lifetime recognition. I know a multi-billionaire, I think the man, I've forgotten his name, I think he died, he passed on last year at the age of 90 something. That man has donated he lived with his wife in a one-bedroom apartment, simple, he doesn't have a car, but he's a multi-billionaire. And the way he lived his life, every school he donated money to, every school in America, even in foreign land, he refused for them to put a monument under his name or even a school under his name with the millions of dollars he was donating. Now, coming down to this man, some of us here, I said some, when we are in that kind of status, possibly we would do the same partly because we want lifetime recognition. But you
He also
see,
went there.
the if you want to talk about giving, right? This is what I believe in. And over time, I have learned to. You want to talk about giving, and you're donating such a humongous amount of 10 million pounds. Apart from the fact they say charity begins at home. Number one, it's his money. However, he got the money, I don't know. They say he's a lawyer. He has a university in Ado Ekiti, and under his name too. But when you're donating to another country, to me, do you know what I see? I see the colonial mindset still
bam.
caged in
That's
his
it.
mindset, still
Yes.
caged in this man, irrespective of the fact that he's so educated.
Yes.
So-called education, the Western education are defining as so educated. I see that entrapment of colonialism when you do things like that. It is. I'm not saying, because to be frank, many of our brothers and sisters from Africa go to foreign lands to study in these universities, right? Raised and erected by the white people or the people of that land, majorly. But looking at where you're coming from, number one, poverty capital of the world. Okay, in Ado Ekiti, if you're saying that you're not sure of the survival of what you're putting in Nigeria because of the corrupt system after you have crossed to the other side. So therefore, for my name to continually linger, I think it's better I donate it to a foreign land where I feel the system will work, where I feel that my name will still be alive, even if the one I have invested at home possibly will die because of bad management. There's still that slave colonial mentality. I'm trying so hard not to use the word black, but that colonial mentality, for his age and for his generation, it's quite, I would
applicable.
say it's quite disappointing. It's quite disappointing because of so many factors. I'm just going to leave it there. I'm just going to so other people can talk, but it's quite disappointing.
I'll just say one thing about it and I move on. He's the man's I'm split in two minds because he went there. That's his school. He actually graduated. He went there. So I understand giving that kind of money, but you have a school in your name, bro. How many people can go to your school, bro? What's the tuition looking like?
that money could have been spent on us, on not that's just not say us, on children, bro, like on early childhood. I just feel like that. I mean, it's money, but boy,
It's an ego trip. You know,
yeah,
these
yeah, it
men,
is.
it's
It
just an
is.
ego trip. Oh, I have a building in King's College. My father went to King's College too. I have a building in King's College under my name because I donated 10 million pounds. What? And because this is
They're gonna be
the
giving
public
scholarships
forum,
to. I'm
it's,
sorry, they're gonna be giving scholarships to. I think
it's an ego
African
trip,
kids.
as far as I'm
But
concerned. It got
listen,
nothing to
I
do
am
with serving the
agreeing with
people.
you. I actually agree with you that it's to stroke
Okay.
his ego. I agree with you. I do.
Let's hear from Michael, and then we'll come to Susan. Michael, welcome. Is your background clear now? Because the background was noisy earlier. Can you hear us, Michael? Michael, you there? Okay, moving on. Madam Susan, welcome. Greetings. Thanks for coming on the show.
Thank you, Moye. Thank you so much for everything.
Thank you,
Good
ma'am.
evening, everyone. My name is Susan. I'm calling from Atlanta.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you. I'm just depressed. I'm so depressed. I don't know. This hopelessness just hovering over everywhere, you know? I don't know what is going to happen to us. I don't know what is going to happen to the country called Nigeria. I don't just know. I don't know what is going to happen. Like Michael was talking about the money, the stolen oil, and they was calculating. My heart was just beating me. I'm like, are we cursed? What is going on? Before the election, I really planned I was going to go home and look for a business I would do home. But right now, I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere. I have a question. I keep asking this question, and I've not been able to get any answer. Must we stay as one Nigeria? Do we have to? Why do we have to stay as? Because as long as this country remain one Nigeria, we are not going anywhere. Go ahead, please.
I'm gonna answer that real quick. I'm not. It's not gonna be a philosophical answer. I hear you, ma'am, but first of all, you're right that we this contraption as it is right now is what they want us to believe is that we are too many ethnic people. We can't come together, and that's a lie. In terms of ethnic nationalities, we're not in the top 10 of nations with multiple nationalities in it. I believe is it Philippines that have like 1,000, and they have like further 1,000 islands. So it's not about the number of ethnicities. It's about the thread that binds us together. The thread that binds us together was poisoned from the inception, so nothing good can come out of it. What do I mean? The 1999 Constitution is an evil document. It does not have your interest or my interest as heart. It continually plays Igbo against Yoruba, Hausa against Yoruba, and on it goes. The only people that this Constitution benefits is the politicians, and that's why they bring their bigotry and ethnic divisions every 4 years. That's just the simple answer.
So what is the way out?
With each other.
What is the way out?
We need to burn this thing called Nigeria as it's presently. I'm not saying we should break up the country because this country is too beautiful, and I will not give the Northerners that whole proportion of land after years and years and decades of taking Niger Delta oil. That's not fair. We're not doing that. We're not splitting the country. We're not. But the thing that brings us together, the thing that binds us together, that makes all of us Nigerian, this evil contraption called the 1999 Constitution, is what we need to destroy. It must go. There's nothing good about it.
They don't want it to go. They don't want it to go.
Now
North
you're
don't want
getting
it to
there.
go.
Now you're getting to where I'm getting to. The people that don't want it to go are the people currently benefiting from it. And who are they? The Northerners.
And it was deliberate, you know.
Yeah, of course it was. It all ties down to the population. Like everything ties down to each other. They don't bother participating in the census. The numbers have been written already. Let me just tell you that from jump. The official census number has already been predetermined. Forget about it. They're going to chuck all the numbers to Kano, Kaduna, and Katsina, just like they've always done, because they need that more money. It is what's it called? It is a scam, and they'll continue to perpetrate it because they are in the majority. Because the Constitution favors, nothing can move forward in this country except you get permission from the North. Even if the Southeast and the Southwest together, plus all their delegates and all that, come together and say we want to do something, it will not move forward. It will not go anywhere until they got us a chunk from the North. That's the way it has been designed.
Am I saying the middle belt can't join the?
There is no middle. These people are so evil. Like, again,
that middle belt.
The middle belt is a scam. They chucked it as part of it. Example, Jos, Nasarawa, Jos, Benue. They're not in the North. Plateau. They're not in the North.
But they, exactly.
But they will consider them northern states because you know why? The number and the voting power of the bloc. That's the why.
So if the middle belt says we want to go with the west and east and not the core north?
In the political zones, in the 6 geopolitical zones, there's no middle belt. Hello?
There is not central.
It's not central.
Yeah.
Still north. That's the thing. Like, wording is... See, this is what... Again, they're so evil. Again, you know the South. Imagine South. Why did they do South?
Exactly.
Because they want to divide them from the Igbos.
We used to have... This was how Nigeria was structured.
Midwest. Remember Midwest, Bendel?
Yeah, Bendel. All that stuff was broken up into Niger Delta. Like, these people know what they're doing.
It all used to be South. So it was the North, the West, the South, and Lagos. So all of us, Middle Belt, Niger Delta, Midwest, Southeast, the now Southeast, South, whatever. We're all South.
I have a question again, please. I have a question.
Please.
You know, but when Michael was counting the money and it was adding up and it was calculating, and the South, where this oil is, there was nothing there.
Oh, there's nothing but soup. They shower with oil.
There is nothing where this oil is being drilled. And nobody's saying anything.
Listen.
Let me try and put a bit of spin on that.
Please.
They do say something. They talk a lot. But you see, the thing is, the heads of the chief.
Yep, they've been paid. You're right.
Exactly.
But if the head of the chief is being paid, he's been paid and the money goes into his pocket, does he look around his village or his town and he sees there is no hospital, no schools, no road? I mean, it don't bother them?
Yes, but the boys have to eat, though. The boys have to eat.
Most of those people, what they do is, I'm telling you, we're being ruled by cult members.
Hey.
So when you are
you're right.
You're drinking from the same, you're drinking body fluids. You know what I mean by body fluids? I don't want to mention the name. Body fluids from the same bowl. So they swear to something. So as they're giving them that money, they're all those so-called leaders that you have, they all belong to a cult. So they cannot go against each other. And then they have access to fly out anytime to go and shop for the best medical system they can get. So they don't care. They don't look around and say, there's no hospital. There's no, consign them. Their children are not schooling in the same place with you.
Yep.
What's their own?
I mean, look at Asari Dokubo. I remember when he was a freedom fighter.
Yeah.
When he claimed...
I'm so sorry. My internet went off.
Oh, go ahead.
So I was trying to explain that from that part of the world, and I have quite a few friends that are from there. What happens is the chief or the person that is supposed to be representing the people, because the way the likes of Shell set it up, a lot of times they would say those companies are not treating them well, which is not true. They may not give them the exact whatever it is worth, but they always give them something. The problem is whoever is representing that locality doesn't take it and use it for what it's supposed to be. So any company that is there gives enough funds for a hospital, gives enough funds for schools, gives enough funds for roads, gives enough funds for housing. And they count it per family. So a family will make up a clan, and the companies directly give per family in that clan or wherever they're going to. So you can imagine the huge amount of money that comes out. However, whoever is representing those people does not give it back to the environment in which they come from. Hence, when you have, and believe me, there are oil spills all the time. Before internet became something that every Tom, Dick, and Wasiu could afford it, these people had nowhere to turn to. All they had to do was to complain to their sectional chief. The chief is supposed to take the complaints and go to the overall person, but it ended there with the sectional chief because the sectional chief had collected something. And so what does the sectional chief do? They go to those clans and look for their girls to marry, and that is how they feel they have done something for them. But you really haven't done anything for them. I remember one time, quite a long while back, I was in the area and I wanted to see what the refinery is, because the refinery at night is like a beacon. It is bright and beautiful and really beautifies the place. But the beauty only stops there because the people around do not get anything out of it. The worst part of it is the gas flare, which the likes of America collects and power
gas flare that we're supposed to be using to
exactly.
Make,
We have those gas flare and it is wasted. We're not even doing anything with it. So
America just converted their what's it called to LNF,
into energy
to Ukraine. Money.
Apart from that, even, you see like I know in the state of California, you see those buses driving. They don't drive on
gas. Natural gas.
Exactly, they drive on natural gas, which is absolutely free. So in our part of the world, that natural gas flaring is just wasted. Nobody has thought of.
Don't forget the destruction of the environment, because
exactly. And so in that
part
of the world,
in truth.
In that part of the world, you have something called acid rain.
God,
when rain falls, people don't want to go outside because I remember
oil.
If you put your cars outside,
oil.
If you put your cars outside, the rain that falls, it damages the sheen of your car. Your car can never be sheeny because what is falling is acid rain, because it is rain that mixes. So the water that comes from the rain is not even advisable for you to drink it, because it's not healthy. And so when you're going to such a place, as you're driving towards the refinery, oh my goodness, I will never forget. I was eating chicken inside the car. And my friend said, ore, the car is in moto. Why? Because it's like you're enjoying, and you actually see the kids on the street. You actually see where we went to, you see the dead fish floating because of the oil contamination to the soil.
that they
So
have
there's
been
no
using for generations.
livelihood at
Ah,
all.
God have
And
mercy.
that is because the people that are given the money do not come back and invest that money where it is supposed to be. Instead, they send their families abroad to go to school. They marry new wives. They go to town and build new houses. The money does not come back.
If I start
And
talking
we are
about the
point to
Niger
pack.
Delta,
They are making, and so when you have the uprise of the Ikwere boys getting up, they are upset because they are now telling them, okay, don't give the money to the sectional queues anymore. Give it to the individual families. Let them do what they want to do with it. Because when you give it to one person to disburse, it doesn't go round to everybody. It's only one
They
person
treated
that
us. I
takes
didn't my
it.
picture. That was what? No, I won't.
sir.
So
Who's that?
it's really bad what these people are doing it. Now, the most interesting part of this is those days, I don't know about now, but those days, the people working in Shell, I don't mean to say, please nobody take offense to this, but the people working in Shell were the Yoruba people. So you leave your land and come there and get all the big jobs, but the owners of the land, you don't even give them anything to do. Yet when they go to other places, they are placed as minorities. So they have strategized themselves very, very well. The people that own that oil do not even enjoy 1% of that oil, let alone 10%. And that tells you the kind of mind they have. You come to another person's land to siphon something. You don't even leave enough for the people you're taking it from to at least get something back. You pretend as if they don't exist. So it's really a sad situation.
It's sad. It's really, really sad.
The Niger Delta stuff is a whole, like, whenever I like that situation really makes me like almost, because I don't think you guys understand. Like, somebody cannot even shower. The water is contaminated. It has oil in it.
They can't plant. They can't farm.
I'm not even talking. Let's leave plant alone, man. Come, let's shower just to cleanse yourself. You can't shower with it. You can't brush your teeth with. Like, what kind of? Imagine you living that kind of life. You breathing in something that's also a blessing to you. You are breathing it in. It's hurting. Like, you wake up in the morning, instead of fog, you are seeing soot fog.
And let's not forget, their
God.
means of livelihood in that
The
part
fishing. They
it's
can't
not
fish.
a lot.
There's no
It's
fish.
fishing because it's a riverine area.
And
So when you now damage their source of when you damage their source of livelihood, what do you leave them with? Really nothing, because they have nothing else.
How come no one is talking about this? How come there is no protest? How come nobody is like constantly talking about
sister,
it?
how many protests? They have protested though. It's just because you don't hear it.
No, they have though. Remember movement for the emancipation of Niger Delta. They gave Nigeria a big fight. They did. What came out of it? They settled all the main guys, and all of them went away. Asari Dokubo, wherever he is right now, is a disgrace because I believed in him. He's a disgrace to his people. And I know
agree with you, my brother. He is a disgrace because he used to make so much noise.
Oh, yes. I remember when I was young. Yeah, he used to. He actually made me believe he was fighting for his people because he made a very good argument. He made a good argument and he fought hard just for him to be settled. And where is Asai Dokubo today? He's a chief.
I don't get this. I don't really. So how come nobody is talking about it? Nigerians. I mean, nobody is saying it.
Madam Susan, people have died on top of talking about it. I don't know how.
A lot of people under the grave.
Madam
Susan, Abuja was built. Abuja was built with the money from the oil. Abuja was built in how many years? So what would they look at?
It's built with some of that oil money.
Yeah, Abuja was built.
Lagos, everywhere. Don't only. Which one is Abuja? That Niger Delta oil is the one sustain. Is the lifeblood of Nigeria. What are you guys talking about? Niger Delta oil and us sending money back home. That's the only thing.
Niger Delta is what made us enter OPEC.
Exactly.
There's no oil anywhere else. At least
but there was nothing in Niger Delta. So the countries in OPEC, they don't see Niger data. I mean, the world don't know that there is nothing where this oil is coming out from.
Okay, so let me put it this way. Let me put it this way. If you go to the north and look at the amount of universities they have there, and then come back to the south, how many universities do you have in the states?
Universities that are cut-off point.
Okay, so in a place like let's say River State, you should at least have not just one university. You should have like an engineering place, like a specialized university.
Not like, man. In Niger Delta, you should have
one
University of Drilling, not Ebonyi.
You only have one.
University of Drilling, Port Harcourt. University of Drilling, Delta. You should have Port Harcourt Institute of Technology.
The Navy School was built in the north.
Every of those things.
All of us know that the Navy School was built in the north that don't have sea or water. We all know that, right? Hello?
So what happens is they first of all did something. They imposed not educating those people in the south well enough, so that at the end of the day, when those ones are not educated enough and they do not really know their rights, when you now come with whatever you are bringing, it looks as if you are saving them.
Excuse me, I don't know if you guys know anything about NLNG, Nigerian Liquefied Natural Gas. Now, this project, this project,
You're being serious right now? It's
no,
a scam.
listen, I'm going to, this project was started in the early 2000s. I think as at that time, the GMD of NNPC was Gaius Obaseki. And
there was the whole thing about it. I remember. But please go on.
And I remember, I think it was one Waziri that was the chairman of that project. And I remember very well that the reason for that NLLG was because they didn't want to continue flaring the gas to wastage. Now, that project went to voicemail. It died. To date, I don't know because when the federal government wants to cover up a project, they call it another name. Perhaps the NLG project name has changed, but the essence of why that ministry was created was to stop the gas flaring. I think that time was during the Obasanjo regime. I don't know what happened. I just remember very well because
the gas flaring was supposed to be one of they've been trying to get rid of it since that time. Imagine if we have done that.
But
you'll be selling to Europe right now.
Yeah, there's another angle. When you guys talk about, what's that? I think Madam Susan's asking, like, don't they have conscience? Like, aren't they seeing that, there's no hospitals, the water is poisoned, the acid rain and all that. There's something you just need to realize. And I've come to realize that what is partially killing us is our subservientness. Our culture has made us subservient to the custodian of the cultures. You see, you have a ballet or somebody, let's say in the Ikwere Kingdom now, you have someone like, let me use Tompolo, for example, now. He's the king of a community and everybody looks up to him.
No disrespect, but he's a clown. Sorry, he's a clown.
Yeah, but I am going somewhere. I mean, I just use him as an example. And if we all know that Shell, Mobil, and some oil servicing companies, because mind you, there are some Nigerians that own some oil servicing companies. It's not just Texaco. So some Nigerians that I think many of us know anyway. And they're donating money. The community know, their boys know they're donating money to someone like, let's say, Tompolo now, as an example. Now, because of our cultural, or I don't want to use cultures. I don't want to put our culture down, but there's way of trying to be subservient to the person that's a custodian. We don't want to ask questions. We
Is
don't want,
age
and
manipulation.
even
That's
if
what it's called. Age manipulation. They will manipulate you because they're older than you and
I
say,
am
"Look
going
at
somewhere,
it."
my brother, I
I'm
don't want to
sorry.
lose my track. And if we all know that they're giving this person $1 million every month, to cover up whatever needs to be covered, and they're not doing it. So you see, because they have worked on the mind, the custodian of the culture has worked on the minds of the people. So the people dare not even ask or question. All they can do is give them crumb, and then they worship them, or they look up to them like that's their leader. In return, the leader twisted their mind and make them feel that they are trying so hard, or the white man is cheating, or this person is cheating. But in actual fact, he's using that same money to buy a house in Banana Island in Europe and North America, and all his family members are there. So you see, there's something with I don't want to say black mind, but there's this culture that has already been embedded in us, the culture of greed. Take it or leave it, everybody. Take it or leave it. We are talking today about Nigeria. We know people who own oil servicing companies in the Niger Delta, and they're making millions of dollars every day. But what do we do? When we go to parties, we give them accolades. They're spraying money in bundles. We hail them. Is a chair, Megida. We call them all the names. Chief, doctor, professor, add all the moniker that's attached to their name. We hail them. They go home feeling rejuvenated because their ego has been inflated by us that is suffering. So you see, we are all in this. So that is why, to Madam Susan's question, there's nothing like conscience, because it is seen as the culture. It is seen as right. Nobody can ask question because it is the norm now. So we have normalized that kind of behavior. Now, to now work on Nigerian man to unlearn that behavior, it go hard. Even the people you are even trying to help, we attack you, they will insult you. In fact, they will physically attack you or
Now
even
then go attack you
threaten your life.
pass.
So we are in a quagmire of the mindset has to change. It is going to be very difficult. Listen, our only hope, somebody that was telling us, okay, there's hope for Nigeria, was Peter the Rock Obi.
Exactly.
That we had somebody who is part of the elites, carried himself out of that bag and put himself out of the box, sacrificing and notwithstanding the attacks he was getting, decided to say, you know what, it don't do.
Enough is enough. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why, that is why, for somebody who is part of the elites, coming out to say, you know what, let me come out of this bunch and stand alone. That's why we should not relent or feel sad, or go into this. I call the word yo-yo feeling. It's up and down. We shouldn't feel sad. It's affecting everybody one way or the other. You wake up in the morning, you just think of Nigeria. Something it's something that is off. It's like a scratch. You can't find where it's itching you, but you have to scratch somewhere. There's just something off. No matter how comfortable you feel that you are in the diaspora, it hurts. You think about it, even if you're not really participating. You hear your friends talking, you open the social media or TV, even the international news, you mention Nigeria, something stirs you up. Like I said, we're all traumatized beings. We are all traumatized by every Nigerian right now that was not born in Nigeria. Or if you came abroad as an adult, just know that you're already traumatized at some point. You might not know it, but something will trigger it. And that's why you see this mind controlling, that we are working so hard, like Omoye is on social media now, talking to the people. You have people like Nigeria Watch talking to the people, so that people start their mind. They have to start unscrewing some things so that their minds can be open. It's hard. That's one part that we are, in fact, this is what we are doing right now. But my point is that we should not relent or feel sad or feel down. Be so conscious of it that even when that feeling comes, push it aside. Even when that feel, you'll be so conscious that you know that something must give, something must change in Nigeria. And the fact that you see Peter Obi is not even cowing down. He's still forging ahead, even with the insults, the lies, and the intimidation. He's still standing. That alone, if those thoughts of negativity or depression or sadness come, kick it aside. I said, no, for this man that is the face, the symbol of what is going on now in your heart. The symbol is still standing, even if they're throwing stones and arrows at him. He's still standing. Then me that I'm far away. What should I feel? What should I feel? I should push on. I should keep talking to people to change the mindset, because you have to change the mindset for them to so that their conscience, as my sister was saying, their conscience will be at least be tweaking a little bit to say, listen, see what do you know the consequence of what you're doing to these people? Most of all these chief or people, most of them, they're not educated though. The only is you just give them jeep. They marry more wife. They have a new house, painted house. Maybe they travel to Dubai or London. They're okay. There's money there. Then they have their boys. They're cooking a cow every day. They're on top of their game.
That is not it's not life.
Excuse me, you said what?
Is that life? Is that enough?
Madam, see, I think you're still not getting it.
There are no roads. There are no schools.
Madam, listen. When you talk like that, on the receiving end of the people you're talking to, on the receiving end now, look at yourself on the receiving end. When you talk like that, they look at you that you are living in a different world. You don't understand their world. And so what they will say, this woman, they talk rubbish. But the truth is that you need to understand where their mindset, understand their kind of world, not your world. Don't judge them by how your world works. That's what I'm trying to say. So don't expect them to say have conscience like you. Don't expect them to see that they don't have good medical health care. The entire environment is poisoned. The ecosystem is damaged. They don't see that way, madam.
That's true.
So you have to look at them in their own mirror, live in their own shoes. Let me put it that way. Then you now start to work on their mind, their mindset, to understand the degradation of their system and the money they're collecting, and they're not using it for the people. This is the effect. This is the long-term effect. In 20 years' time, most of them will have cancer. Most of them will have TB. Most of them will have some disabilities. The children that they will have deformities. They need to understand that first. But when you start talking and it's like you're judging them, they don't want to listen to you. They're like, what's this woman saying? You're not living in my world. They'll say, okay, you're living in diaspora. You're living in NASA 24 hours light, drinking water. You can write letter to government. Can it happen where I'm coming from? So what are you saying? I don't know if you understand me. So sometimes I always feel that we should always try to look ourselves like, like I said, the mirror is like in an opaque form to say, okay, this is how these people think. How am I going to work on it? How am I going to work on it? Okay, we all know that in the ladder of seniority, I just mentioned the NLLG project. I remember that project very much. Early 2000s, Obasanjo time. Mikano was vice president at that time. And Waziri was the chairman of that project. GMD of that time was Gaius Obaseki. So if you see all these people I'm talking about, they're still alive. I just mentioned those people. Do you know the number of people who will give African Award of the Year, African Entrepreneur of the Year? Do you know how involved they have been from time immemorial? Exactly. Do you know the decisions that they have made? People that we look up to now. Exactly. And you see them, maybe they own banks. Some of them, they are entrepreneurs. They donate to Africa. They give this award. They're like, oh, you don't know that they are part of the cartel. Some of them kind of pulled out, but they are still subservient to the master who they got their money from. Startup. That's the truth. See, Nigeria, I said earlier on, it's a norm now. It has been normalized. Corruption, impunity has been normalized. In fact, it has gone to, if there's any grade, if it's graded at all, it's to the infinity grade right now in Nigeria, especially with the elites, no matter the industry that they belong to, no matter the education.
APC, Al People's Congress.
No matter the education, they only present themselves out by joining political parties. But the non-state actors that you and I don't see, those are the most dangerous set of people. The people that maybe retired. I just mentioned Waziri. I've forgotten his first name, but that's Mahmoud Waziri. I can't remember. I just mentioned Gaius Obaseki. They are still alive. But we don't hear all these things anymore. We're only seeing APC, PDP, you see Malami, you see all these people coming up. These ones, Most of them have been there right from time. It's just now they're showing their face, some of them. But many of them, over time, they caused the mess that we are in today. So that's why it has eaten so deep that because we had the opportunity to be in diaspora, we are thinking different. We are seeing the errors. We are seeing where things that could be changed. And we are now like in a snag. It's like we're on a brick wall. We want to move ahead, but there's so much bricks in our front. Every step, there's one brick, one after the other. There's one snag, one after the other, because it has eaten deep in every industry. That is why we are feeling this kind of depressed feeling of we cannot move forward. We're just stagnant. So Peter Obi is just the hope, is the beacon of light. That's why I'm still optimistic. I have faith that something is going to give in favor of how we want Nigeria to be. We have to start from somewhere. If you're talking about the systems of government, do we have to be one Nigeria? For a country to even be separated in the first place, there are processes that needs to be taking place. All these countries that are separated, like the Brexit and the rest, the processes. So if Nigeria has to break away or divide, or probably have a parliamentary system of government or a regional system of government, there are processes that will lead us there. It's not a sweet life.
The processes. And how do we go about it? Because my own is that, and why can't you ask for a referendum? What will it take?
Madam, 2014, in Jonathan's government, there was the confab. There was that confab document. Yeah, that confab document till today is under lock and key.
So now that we ask for it,
they cannot listen, madam. Like I said, please.
Yeah,
the kind of country we live in. Take a look at the legislatures we have. Take a look at the man sitting in Aso Rock, the apparition sitting in Aso Rock. Do you think these gorillas who allowed, number one, the confab report to come out? No. Do you think that they want to discuss it? No. So in order for things to change, you have to get somebody who's head is pulled in the right direction. And that is Peter the Rock Obi. That is why, because when you have the head that is sane, that is futuristic, that knows the pain, that can identify what is missing that can put a square peg in a square hole. Someone like that has taken himself outside the box and seen the nakedness of errors in Nigeria. When that person is the head, trust me, it will be like an iodine you drop in the water. It's just a drop. The ripple effect starts to spread. That is the reason why. That is the reason why Agbado can never be our president. When we start there first, then we will see what happens. Even as the legislators now, we have Labour Party members in the legislature. Who do you think they will put in as the Senate president? Do you think it's somebody from LP? No, they're not going to be APC or PDP. And I'll let you know, within the Senate.
Are we that helpless? Must say people. Are we that helpless?
Within the Senate, they have committees.
Are we that helpless?
And they have committees on different projects.
We're never helpless.
That is, madam, we are not helpless. I don't know if you understand. I've been speaking since. I haven't been speaking like somebody who is helpless. I am talking like that. These are the inform. This is what you need to understand. Because if you are expressing yourself with pain, you wouldn't get it. I'm expressing myself because I'm trying to make you understand this is how the system is, and this is the solution, and this is why we need to still stand up and not give up, because Peter the Rock Obi is not giving up. So why should I give up? He's the one feeling the heat in Nigeria. You hear when the vice president was saying that, he said, I'm not enjoying this job. He said, this job is very difficult. He's not enjoying it, but he's servicing the nation. He's sacrificing. So whatever snag that we see, or if you feel that the odds are against us, we cannot relent. Why are we even this panel? Why is
let me be frank and sincere. I'm sorry, I'm not cutting you.
No, that's fine. I was talking.
I don't want one Nigeria. I don't want anything with this North. I'm telling you.
I
don't want one Nigeria. I don't want anything with this North.
Listen. I'm going to say something. Listen. That's what they want you to feel. Ma'am, this country, like the country is so beautiful. Like, I don't know if you've traveled. Have you been to, I don't know, maybe have you been to Taraba? Taraba
Bro,
State.
not be beauty with a talk now.
I'm gonna
What
get
is
to
beauty
my
now?
point.
What is beauty? What is
I'm
beauty?
gonna get to my point. Let me
The
finish.
beautiful things.
Let
I
me
don't care about the
finish. Let
beauty.
me
I'm
finish,
from the
man.
south, and the south is beautiful. I'm okay
It is true. It
being
is
in the
true,
south.
man. They want you. They want this division. Nigeria is not divided. Nigeria is not divided. Do you know why I know Nigeria is not divided? Just go look at the Lagos registry. Just go look at the Lagos registry. Nigeria is not divided.
Hey, what about the registry? Hey, what about it?
These evil politicians are the
What
ones.
about the registry?
Ma'am, we are too intertwined. We're too intertwined to be hateful towards one another. It's
No, they're
simply
not hateful.
not.
Nobody is hateful. I'm not hateful. I just want regions to develop like it was some years ago. Let every region
We
grow
need
at
to
its
change
own
this
pace.
constitution and call for a referendum and give people that right, because nobody was a signatory. Let me finish, ma'am.
Mr. Omoye.
Nobody was a signatory.
Brother.
Nobody was a signatory to
Good day,
this
sir. Good day,
constitution.
ma.
You were not represented, ma'am. I was not represented. You feel me? I'm sorry.
Biko,
sorry.
mute first. I beg, make I talk small thing. Madam Susan, just in a nutshell, and I'm going to go to the next question, is without a common sense leader or servant leader to come in and listen to all of our concerns. When I say all, I'm talking about all ethnic group. They will not to be a bloodbath. They will not let anybody go. So we need a common sense person. People we have there are not willing to, they are not ready to
Okay, my
separate.
question is, why won't they let us go?
Madam, I just told you they won't.
You hate us so much. You hate us so much. Why are you holding on to us?
Bloodbath.
Madam, can I
Because,
answer
ma'am,
this
if you
question?
leave,
Wait,
Delta will leave.
pause, please. Madam, do you want a bloodbath with people who are more powerful?
No. I just asked a question because that has been bothering my mind. Why are they holding on to us? They hate us so much. Why are they holding on to us?
Yes, because they want to continue to hurt us. So this is why we cannot relent. We have to fight for Peter Obi to come in so that over 250 million ethnic groups can sit down and talk about which way we're going to go. Is that simple? Anything else prior to that, we're all going to end a bloodbath to go be. And you cannot win against people who have all the powers. It's not possible. So we have to be in a sense with they use for these fights. That's why you see, I'm tired, but I'm here because I want us to keep fighting. I don't want us to give up. I don't care what happens. I don't care if all of us have to be in our various regions. But can we get someone who has sense?
Mr. Omoye, Mr. Omoye, and everything you just said is like we are at the mercy. You know, we don't have any say or any choice.
Can I interject?
And they have the knife.
Person so that maybe they can try to answer you.
Can I interject?
Do that 1 second, please. 1 second. I'll get to you. Can you mute, please? So here's the thing, Madam Susan. That's what we've been trying to tell you. You're talking from all of us here. We're all pained. Number one, we see a hope in Peter Obi. We see the steps this man is taking. Nobody has been able to achieve what Peter Obi is achieving right now. Not one person since Nigeria has come to be. So we have to also, on our own, because everybody has different interests, come behind him and help him push so that we can.
The North will not let him have it. The North will not let him have it.
Hey, Miss Madam Susan, I don't know what else to tell you. I have to.
The North will not let him
can I
have
come
it.
in?
Next person, I beg, Madam Susan.
Can I come in, Madam Omoye, so I can answer a question?
Who is talking? Victor.
It's not Victor. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Talk. Try and talk, I beg.
Madam, good day, everyone. Good day, panelists. I love Sister Rita, Madam Rita. You are hot this week. Seriously hot, and you are in short. You are just nailing the point. But many might not understand you. But I really understand where you're coming from and you nail it. I want to buttress a point and I want to answer, if possibly, make the madam understand because she asked a question. Madam, it is not the North that hate the South, or let's say the Southeast. The Nigerian state has been captured by the political elite in the 6th geopolitical zone. The one that has the upper hand is the northern zone. But the North as a whole, they are not bad as the way some of us are painting them. I'm not trying to preach about them, but I've been in the North and I've seen it. What the problem is that the South is the productive sector and the financial capital of the entire nation. They cannot let you go because if they allow the productive sector, which has been captured by the political elite from the North, from the South, from the East and the West, if they allow you go by having a referendum, which I believe they will not, except if we all come together. And how do we come together? We have to make sure we clear our in-house problem in each geopolitical zone, because the problem is that they have their base in every zone. That is why you see the Igbo man is telling you that he wants to be the Senate president, and if you continue, if the obedience continue like this, it will not be, because Obi is the problem of the East. That no, Obi cannot be the president because the North have said it. He's not trying to put himself in there. They gather together to agree on it, because if 2 or 3, the North cannot come up singularly and say they want to, do all this thing there. They need the cooperation of the other elite in each zone. That is where the problem is. But the Nigerian state, the Nigerian people have not realized that they have to sanctify their home before they will now walk forward with one voice and actualize what they need. Okay, look at the South, for instance. I school in the South for 6 years plus. You see, the South was it's like a virgin, let's say virgin land. Now, they don't really know what was happening in Nigeria then. But now, when they started agitating through 1 or 2 people, they now came to Abuja. Then they now carried some of them down to Abuja and enlightened them to see what the resources that they have in the South, to see how they've used it to develop Abuja. When they got there, that is when the whole thing now got open for them, and they now have to do what? Take to arm. When they finished taking to arm, you know what the Nigerian political elite did? They picked the heads of all those groups. They brought them to Abuja and they talk and they arrange. Those one went back, start fighting. It was stage managed. After everything done, they now pay them off. That is why they are still paying them off. That is the heads of those fighters. They are still paying them off. Asari Dokubo has been paid off. The other guy is being given big contract. Any other sector that rise again, they will pay them off. That is the only way, because if that place is stampeded, the Nigerian economic will fall. But you know one thing, they have turned the Niger Delta, what they did in the other geopolitical zone, they have finally captured the Niger Delta. Because the Niger Delta, they don't care about their own self-development now. Greed has taken over the entire region. You can imagine a state government that has more than 500 billion every month. It cannot even build a good road. It will come up and tell you that, oh, I spent this so amount of money, twice the money of Lagos to do this. All these are lies. They are stealing money. Go to Bayelsa. There's nothing done there. They only have one bridge that just fly one, and that was all. Overhead bridge. That's all. Go to Delta State. Nothing is done. Go to Edo State. Nothing is done. Go to Calabar. Calabar is a little bit trying, but if you check the amount of money coming in, nothing is being done because greed has taken over the whole place. The political elite in those regions has captured the region whereby you and I cannot speak until we take care of the in-house. We clean our in-house, then we can now come out and talk as one. That is when the force, that is when the North, the political elite, the North will come together with the South and they will now path a way forward. And the best way forward, which Nigeria have tested, is the parliamentary system of government, which need less funding, no problem. Your leadership will be, after you electing those leaders from each zone and each enclave or constituency, they will now come and elect a prime minister. We all will vote for the president, but they will elect the prime minister in their house. You have less people they can't kill, they can't rig, nothing, because every geopolitical zone, every constituency has agreed to make sure that everything that they want comes to their zone. We've cleaned our house. When we go to the big house, we'll be able to fight for our zone. Things will be done, development will take place, everyone will take care of his own resources and give 30% to the central. That is how it was before they captured the state called Nigeria. That was the plan of the forefathers.
Okay.
But what happened? You and I now, do you know that you and I now is the new oil thing? Last month, over 500 billion was shared from the diaspora money that they sent abroad. They are calling their shares. Over 500 billion was shared among the 3 tiers. Do you know that? That is what is happening now.
I said it. We the one, the Niger Delta oil and the diaspora remittances are the thing holding Nigeria on a what's it called, on a sellotape, right? That's the thing holding Nigeria together. Real talk.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Victor. Let me come to give us our mandate. Give us our mandate. Welcome. Good evening, sir. Welcome to the show.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Omoye. Good evening, everyone. Still, it's very interesting to see that some people are still up at this time. Madam Rita, now only God will bless you. I know we're fighting for one country. The only thing that actually brought us all together, that makes us keep pushing, is Nigeria. And it just shows the love that people have for their nation, even though Nigeria is not where we think it should be now. It shows that people love their country. I mean, I think I heard your voice earlier on Niger Wash, and then again you're here. I think I'm not sure if this is busy brain also. I think I heard Mr. Victor's voice also. And people just still continue to talk and keep talking. We will not stop until they hear us. We will not stop until the mandate is restored. Now, I may want to shift the topic. I mean, Niger Delta is actually blessed. That is the port of Nigeria. That is the port of Nigeria. But be it as it may, we have wicked leaders. Asari Dokubo would have been somebody of greater value to his people. Maybe like Edwin Clark, because Edwin Clark himself, I think himself, there's a way he gets money from the government and he just zip up. He just zip up. There are so many things that Nigeria needs a total overhauling. And so the only people that can overhaul the system is people like Peter Obi. People like Peter Obi, like you and I, that stand for integrity, truth. Because there's no way, to be honest with you guys, I was thinking that Fashola would have done something better. But one thing is, once they join these bad people, they destroy them.
Like Barack Obama. I'm sorry, I had to say that.
They destroy them. And I mean, If you read the body language of Fashola, it's not. I don't think he accepts everything that Tinubu does. But their hands have been soiled. They have dipped their hands into evil, and so even if people are doing wickedness, they can't talk. Now, the former president, Goodluck Jonathan, Goodluck is just like Obasanjo. Obasanjo was the president for 8 years. The road that leads to Ota, his farm in Ota, was not tarred.
Yeah.
For 8 years.
The federal road.
It takes the intervention of Bishop David Oyedepo, because I used to go to that axis. I used to go to Winners Chapel for vigil when I was in Lagos State Polytechnic. This is far back as 2010, 2009. Obasanjo ruled for 8 years. He did not fix that road. Songwater was not fixed. Sorry to use this word, so delusional. So delusional. Like, how can you be a president the way that leads to your own business? The way that leads to, you did not tar the road for 8 years. Now, fast forward, he brought Yaradua. Jonathan came because he succeeded Yaradua. Jonathan did not do anything in the South region. Nothing.
Nothing. Yeah.
Nothing. By God's grace, I served in Bauchi State for 1 year. You can literally drive in the suburb of Bauchi on a clean road for more than 30 minutes. And so one day, because by God's grace, I was a CLO of my local government, Tafa Balewa local government. So we had a program, and then we went to one of the community chief. And so the coppers were like, "Oh, see, clean road." And the guys were like, "This one has south money, or I need to build this road." As in third road, you cannot see pothole in Bauchi, suburb in Bauchi, suburb.
Question, I have to insert a question right there, Mr. T.
Go ahead.
So what can they do? So what can they do our southern leaders? You just mentioned now Obasanjo place where it come from.
They're laughing to the bank. Come on now.
To come and build the road in his axis. Who else you mention again? Another southern person.
Jonathan. Yeah.
See erosion. So my question can't be say, why be say when southern people reach there?
Don't stop there. Chimaroke Namani. Don't stop there. The one that they just caught in London. What's his name? These people don't have drinking water. Don't stop there. There are a lot of them. All those Ogun State governors that didn't do that.
Osibanjo them.
Yeah. Okay. So let me. I know where you're driving. I know where you're driving your question to, but let me answer you now. So, one thing is the Northerners. They've been able to see the different tribes in Nigeria, and they know what they can give each of those tribes that'll make them keep quiet. Even though Obasanjo was a president, then there are things that he cannot do because he still want to bring everybody together. So he'll be playing to all of the regions. But the sad thing was Obasanjo had the power then to probably do something better in the south, southeast, southwest, but he did not. Now, Jonathan, remember that Sambo was the vice president of Jonathan. Jonathan is a weakling.
Yeah, he is.
Very, very weak. Weakling.
He's a weakling. Yeah.
All they care is in as much as look at what patients did now. In as much as they can carry for themselves and their family and their associates, somebody lives in Dominican Republic now. After she looted our money, she had to go and buy citizenship in Dominican Republic. How will a sane human being use maybe like 2 million naira to go and buy brazier? That is delusional. And after she has done everything, she ran to Dominican Republic, buy citizenship, and she stays there. Now, Oshibajo is in there now. They already pocket that one. There are things they cannot say. So the Northerners, even though we feel that we are probably educated than them, or we have our literacy rate is higher than theirs, there are ways that they still get these people and just make them keep. Look at what Kalu is doing now.
Yeah.
Kalu is going to meet Buhari like an houseboy and telling Buhari, you see how, please pardon my word, you see how stupid and foolish these people are.
They
Your
are.
brother won election on a landslide, and you are telling your people that if you don't get the Senate president, hold Peter Obi accountable. How does your Senate race come? How does it concern Peter Obi that is fighting for his own money that was stolen? It is obvious to the blind, and even the deaf can hear that heaven and earth know that Peter Obi won the election. And you are saying that they are now saying that this election, God has spoken. Which God spoke? The people have chosen. Which people chose? Mahmoud and his family decided to give Nigeria. He single-handedly select a president for Nigeria. And so I listened to people this afternoon when they were showing the video of that woman that say, fear, fear all around, they win them everywhere. That woman does not know what is coming to her. And like I used to say, in their dream, if they imagine Tinubu in their dream, because Tinubu can only be president in the APC members' dream, not in Nigeria. If they only imagine how it will look for them, how it will be for them if Tinubu becomes the president. Now, Kamala Harris is in West Africa now. She snubbed Nigeria. And people are saying, why? Imagine you just close your eyes now. Imagine that Kamala Harris went to Nigeria and they've sworn Tinubu in the dream, and it's a drug lord, and Kamala Harris is shaking a drug lord as a president.
The
Imagine that.
Republicans will have a field day with that.
No. Imagine that.
The Republicans will have a field day with that. And
that's what these people don't understand. And so you and I that even live here by God's grace, you are going to be ridiculed. If you're going to school, they'll be questioning your intelligence. If you're at work, they'll be like, oh, hope this guy is not stealing our money because you have a drug lord as a president. People don't understand. They just only think he's sentiment. He's not sentiment.
Brother, I'm a back. Loud it, please.
Born and raised in Lagos State. I'm a Yoruba person. I'm not against Tinubu, but there's what we call, there's an adage that that call a good name is
a good name is worth 1,000 in the bush or something like that. Right, bro? Right, bro?
You say what?
A good name is worth
than silver and gold.
Yeah, than silver and gold. Yeah.
And now, Yorubas, we are known for integrity, character, truth, and honesty. But some people are saying that that means your own child cannot be there in the race, and then you went to choose somebody else. But can you open your eyes and choose a drug lord to be your president? When it just all that you guys are saying earlier, what is happening in this year just shows how decayed the system is. You have two bad oranges and you have one good one. And people are saying, out of these two bad ones, we can still manage one. So let's manage Tinubu. And Peter Obi, that is a good one. He's not a saint. Peter Obi is not a saint. But he has told people, go and verify. If you have asked, go and ask a police officer. Go and ask Naval. Go and ask Navy. Go and ask defense officer. If Peter Obi has ever asked anybody to rig election for him, and nobody have been able to return back with any answer. This guy said he ruled his state for 8 years. He didn't owe them one bottle of pure water. We saw what happened when he got to Soludo's 100 days in office. These are Abati said it. Ruben Abati said that Ruben Abati said past governors, if they enter some places, you will not even know that somebody entered there. If Buhari entered that place that Peter Obi entered, you won't even know that the president was there. You won't know.
Okay.
You will not know.
Mr. T, wrap up. Make I move on to.
And you're now seeing women. Women are now the one in front. canvassing for Tinubu that Tinubu is come on, people.
Those ones, their children, they
man,
never snuff life out of their children like that.
man. And I was watching one of the APC senator on Arise this evening now. He's saying that they've not been able to prove that Labour Party won the election. When you know that they won the election, this election was rigged. It was rigged. And people are still, I don't know. Only if they understand what is coming on them. And so if you are saying that Kamala Harris is in West Africa, he didn't go to Nigeria, why would she go to Nigeria? To go and do what? To go and do what?
We not even make she not even come. That's okay.
She cannot go there. She cannot.
Mm.
Nigeria is not in the scheme of things anymore because the pride, we've lost the pride. Nigeria used to be the home of moral for the world. But now moral is eroding. People can still open, they can even kill on a broad. We had MC Oluomo now. People can kill on a broad daylight and nobody can will arrest them. Festus Keyamo, I am sure, allegedly, Festus can kill somebody on a daylight and nobody will arrest him.
Yeah.
Anyway,
people.
Thank you very much, Mr. Our brother. Give us our mandate. Let me quickly come to Mama Echo. Mama Echo, welcome. Oh, good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, ma.
How was you guys there and how was the night? Some people don't now they sleep.
Me, I never sleep, never reach time for me for here. Don't they reach time small.
You see, I listen to you people. First of all, I want to thank every one of you for your time. Because as Okri said, time and money.
Yes, sir.
So when you spend this time here, you are contributing money to the new Nigeria that we're building. You see, we Southern is a chief and disgrace. A very big shame and a very big disgrace to Southerners. Now, why did I say so? We produce the oil, and our environment is polluted beyond one's understanding.
Yeah.
Our people can't farm, they can't fish, which is their occupation. And to not talk of how many presidents the Southern has produced and vice president, and yet they have nothing to show for being there in their
nothing.
It's heartbreaking.
It is heartbreaking.
And to consider how much they go and collect every month. It's not that they don't collect money from Abuja. And they can't even account for the money. And they have gone to borrow with picking when they never even born, when they never even think they go come life on.
3 generations, Mama Echo, 77 trillion.
Okay. For Niger Delta. So you see, when all this battle is over, we Southerners must face our governors, our House of Rep, our Senate, our House of Assembly, our Councillor, and our Chairman. Because they are the witches and wizards that put us where we are. Before we go face federal government, they say charity in inside house they begin. So we must hold all of them that has passed through this area in Niger Delta. We must hold them accountable. We must go into their fire and begin to dig. My NGO is ready to war this war with you people. That means we must work together. Make we dance the main music to recover our mandate. But once we've done that, we must cleanse Niger Delta. It is a must. Because if we don't, our mama, our papa, our uncles, our children, they will continue to suffer. As now they talk now, it get family land when we get. My uncle and his brother, they don't die. My uncle and my papa, they don't die. My uncle signed the document. A family member knows about it. But when my uncle and my father were gone, they make it look we children don't know. Luckily, the head of the family knows. And yet the second family member has been conniving with some share, is it share chevron that they basket the money, and my papa children and my uncle children, they are suffering. When the head of the family take us, say, brother, no worry, we'll go get this thing back. But we don't know where the document is. If we not sabi doing Palestine, we go to share, go collect document. So right now we're in the process of collecting that document from share. And this is applicable to most family in this Niger Delta, where people that doesn't know are enjoying, and the people that are supposed to enjoy are suffering. So we are not going to focus on presidency when we finish that mandate. To Niger Delta must rise up. We must do the needful. They must cost everything they've stolen from us. We must sit down with this oil company and rewrite another thing that favor our youth back home. The only thing when they know us for Niger Delta now for our youth, they carry guns for inside creek. No. We have to stop that. And they must, they do oil for this the Colorado here that they do oil, but the area not they polluted like the one they do for home now. So this anger when we get for federal, we must bring her to Niger Delta. If we don't do it, nobody will do it. The oil company don't even sabi us well. We say once they give the useless chief, sorry for my language, they give the supply water, their life, they don't turn around. Our chiefs, they are evil, and we must deal with all of them and collect what belongs to us and use it for us. Niger Delta, we are smart and intelligent, but we have nothing to show forth than to only the blow grammar. This must stop. And it is us that will stop it. Because as they talk, some of us, we know the people. We know where they use our money buy home and abroad. We know where they dig the money put in form of dollar when they prisoner for underground. And yet your mama, my sister, my brother, they are suffering there in the creek doing what? This is a fight we will fight when we are done with the federal government. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mama Echo. That's very correct. We need to pay attention. Nobody, our problem now within us. So, far from us. Now the same us, now they kid, now they do ourselves. We just named now. We had an Ihomu. Ihomu was vice president at one time, wasn't he? During Babangida's time, Ihomu was the vice president. What did he do? What did he do for his people? Nothing. The roads horrible. The only thing when he do now the fancy house when he built for Irua, that express road. That's the only fancy. And then he come last, I think now when he don't even come out, he come build teaching hospital when nothing they happen. These people, honestly, we need to face them. As we are facing these people at the top, we need to be facing them because they use the weakest ones, the ones that like food, and their eye, they take eye past something when they shine. Now they use take siphon money from us. That's what they do over and over and over again. This is the time to say no. We are tired of all of this. Which kind of wahala be this one now? What's the point of coming from a wealthy region when there's nothing to show for it? No good road, no hospital, nothing. You just like you are just there for you. They just born person put for life, nothing they happen. You literally have to start from the bottom and work your way up. Meanwhile, there's money, there are resources available to you, but these people no go let person see road. On top of say there be elders, chief or something. Mama,
Alaska for here. Alaska, they produce oil. Do you know how much check they give to their residents every year? Every quarter.
Mama, true.
They declare it out of their profit, and you go stay inside your house for Alaska.
They go
not becoming a citizen of Alaska. They go send check. When what money to you? What are we benefiting in Niger Delta?
Nothing, Mama, nothing.
So we must revolt and get back all these things.
I'm telling you,
we are not supposed to go school for Niger Delta, but they pay school fees.
Exactly, free.
We're not supposed to finish school, but we not get work
at all. No, not true. You talk, oh, Mama.
Now so we must fight this war. Yes. This war, we must get back everything. Make any person when come from Niger Delta, he go thank God say he come from where all your day, and he they benefit from her.
It's crazy, So it's one thing for sometimes when they not make it all this. Sometimes this talk of the North should go. It's not the North is not our problem. Now we be our own problem. We've had people there, not be Osinbajo dey there. What did he do for a people? What has he done? Can anybody name a hospital or road or anything that he built for his people? Nobody can. It's crazy. When they talk, say, South, we need to, everybody want to do their own. They go use the worst of you, take work against you. That one, uncle, you're back to square one again.
But when Oshibajo came in, the 8 years look like 20 years. Exactly. Now the 8 years is about to wind down. And if you look back now, ask himself, what did I really do that people can point to and say Oshibajo did this?
They don't care about those people. They don't care about it. They're out there own. They don't.
We're not judging you guys, but I mean, you guys need to stand up and sit properly and do the right thing for your people. People are suffering.
He only has few weeks to go. What can he do? Can't do jack.
If he looks back now to when he was sworn in for the first and second term, what can he say?
With shame.
He should cry. Honestly, he should be crying.
Yes.
And after all, now you guys want to give us, you want to give yourself a man.
He gave trader money now. Have you forgotten?
Trader to do what? Man. I don't know.
It's crazy. So sometimes when we talk about this division, or sometimes they want to pitch Yoruba against Igbo, they want to pitch all these people. They are just orchestrating it. It's nothing but a few people trying to orchestrate and try to stir up the minds of the people, so you'll be angry with each other. This is what they've been doing to us since time immemorial. This is how they've been doing it. And some of us will be falling for it. It's true. You're Igbo. Yes, it's true. You're Yoruba. But when they think all down and when they go market.
No, it just shows that people go to school, but they didn't learn.
Because you not feel afford the go big money one. Now Igbo man you go buy am from, because in a quality and it go let you manage. The same thing, you see Yoruba woman, they sell food, they sell rice of 20 naira, they 50 naira. They say, na Yoruba woman, I no go buy. It's crazy. When you think about it, these people just want to bend people's, they want to twist your arm. Then they will get the worst of us to be using. This is why we have to push back against all these things they're trying to push on us, because our eyes are now open. Instead, let's think about coming together and taking back what belongs to us. We're busy spending time fighting petty wars. It's petty. What is the goal? The goal is we want our own. I belong to an ethnic group. You belong to an ethnic group. We all should have a voice. Shouldn't we all be coming together and saying, let's fight, let's all go and sit with the person of Peter the Rock Obi as he comes into office and say, this is how we want it. We are tired of living the way we are. This is what we want to do. Let's talk with every single tribe.
No be when I describe us say now let two main tribe in Nigeria.
Yeah.
The tribe of the oppressed and the tribe of the oppressor. Not be make I tell us say that they use us every 4 years as orange.
4 years.
When did they happen to orange when it's sweet? You go pluck and you go suck and after you don't suck, after you go drop her. That is what they've turned us to every 4 years.
Every 4 years, and we keep falling.
We keep falling for it. But this 2023, I tell them, it is not business as usual, and I am seeing it happen. We will collect every mandate, not just collecting it. Now we go speak what we want, and any person when don't spend 100 days, we never see what he want do. 1 year we vote them out. We not they wait for 4 years anymore because there is a political power we have, constitutional right that say if they are not doing well, we vote them out.
Exactly. Instead of us, the most efficient fight is for us to all come together. We know our differences. We know, okay, everybody is different and peculiar in their own way. It's only when we are unified we can win this battle. If we are doing, I want to do my own, which is usually our problem, we will not win anything. The 4 years again, they go use the same narrative. We go there inside again. They scream, hey, oh, look at what they did, though. Everybody go there. But if we all unify and say, okay, you know what, now this one me they look for, now leg me they find, the other one go say now waist I define, the other one go say now leg I define. But we all come together knowing that we have a common enemy. That's the only way we're going to win this. And thank God for the person of Peter the Rock Obi. The way the man carries him, sometimes I wonder, how does this man smile in the midst of this? The man wears a smile on his face. He is on board that. He be like, say, not see the warrior. Hey, I say now, wow, this man is a rock. True and true. He's just going about his life, but he's focused. He knows what he's doing. He's interacting with his newly elected senators, the senator and the House of Rep members, talking to them, interacting with them, telling them what they need to do. If you have somebody like that you can stand behind, you've won the battle already. So we need to be speaking with one voice. We're all tired, all of us on this life. We're all tired of the status quo. I'm sure a lot of us are tired of sending money home every month. So some people on this life now that are paying school fees, buying food stuff for people back home every single month. Are you not tired? Is it not time for you to say, no, I'm tired? So that the land will be prosperous enough for them so they don't have to be asking me for money anymore. This is what we need to be doing. Not trying to divide ourselves. Who division help? It never helped us before. It will never help us. Well, they join us together. This is where we found ourselves. So we need to make it work. The only way we can make it work is when it is fair across board. The same resources you have your resources, you are enjoying it, me, I'm enjoying it. Whatever has to go to the center goes to the center. Your own not they remove from my own not they remove from your own. Chicken now. Why we don't want that kind of thing? Enough is enough. All this headache running up and down, they use us against each other. We should by this time we should be able to sniff it out. As soon as they do it, let's be saying, we see you, we don't see in our hand. It's not going to work. And I'm glad that that's happening, because when you go on social media, all you're saying is they lie. It's not going to work. You're trying to make us fight. We are not fighting. I'm happy to see that. But it's never been like that before. This time around, everybody is ready. Majority of the people are ready. Majority. Someone will fight this fight to the end, though. Peter Obi is not backing down. Which excuse you get? So, my people, let's start rounding up. Come here, I won't go rest. Oh my God. Bamidele, you haven't said anything since you came in. Do you have any final words before we part? Are you still there? Bamidele, don't sleep. All right, Michael, can you talk now? Okay. I'm gonna just remove you guys, and I just so that I don't fall asleep. Hey, BBMJ, my sister of life. Oh yeah, give us your final words.
Um, I don't know if this is going to make sense to anyone, but I think I think a lot of times we should not just feed ourselves on what we hear on social media, because sometimes it is the people that bark the loudest that get the loudest attraction. Um, so sometimes I think we should take our individual time and educate ourselves on things, and not be open minded to the truth, because a lot of times the truth is not necessarily welcomed and and comfortable, but it's the truth. And the truth of the matter is, somebody is doing something wrong, and he's making the most noise, and he's getting the most unnecessary and unserious people, and it looks as if he has more traction, whereas we know what the truth is. So I think a lot of times it's good to educate ourselves individually, because when you are speaking, you are not speaking as if you don't know what is happening, or you are kind of confused. You know what the real thing is. And that is what is happening in our world today. We can see what is going on, but a lot of people choose to call black white when everybody sees that it is white. So, like you said, come with your tools, because we all have tools, and don't allow your tools to be dull. Sharpen it very well, because we all need it, and it's not just for now; it's for the future. If you don't feel you're going to make use of your tools now, the people coming behind you, well, you need to keep tools down that they would use, and that means, what are you bringing to the table that you would leave behind for somebody else to enjoy? The generation before us made mistakes. Now we are the ones now cleaning up that mistakes and saying, no, we can't leave a dirty place for somebody else to come and take. We need to clean it up now. And whether we like it or not, it will be cleaned up. That's the bottom line truth. It's either going to be cleaned up in our time, or it will be cleaned up in another person's time. But what is wrong if your name is written in history as part of the people that cleaned it up? So educating ourselves is good, so that we know what part to play, we know where to hone our skills, and we fall into the generation of people that will clean things up. Because at the end of the day, the place that we all find ourselves in now, the diaspora or wherever, it was because some people took the time to educate themselves and clean the place up for people like us to come and enjoy it. So let's do the same for somebody else, because enough is enough for us to have thugs and idiots and fools to rule us. People that claim to go to school, but apparently the school went through them and left nothing inside them. Those are the ones we are dealing with now. And it's enough is enough. Let's not deal with them anymore. Let's at least show that we are also street smart like they are. And we actually, the school we went to was for something good, not for something stupid. Sorry, excuse my French. Omoye, did you close your mic? Did you mute yourself?
Oh my God, yes, that's.
I'm I don't sleep now. Sleep the
Oh my
warrior.
God, no, I was talking, but the mic was. I don't get tired. That's what it means. Thank you so much, BB. Thank you for your closing remark. That was well said. Thank you so much, Madam Susan. Let's hear your final thoughts. We can't hear you, but your mic is off, but we can't hear you. Okay.
Since she's not talking, let me just say mine.
Yeah, say yours and then I'll come back to Mama Ichu.
Okay, I want to thank you once again. You're doing the right thing. You're putting your name in history as one of those that stood, even if you're not there, you stood your ground and you hold on to the truth and decide to propagate the truth to the rest of Nigerians and to the world in general. And I want to tell everyone, like what the last speaker said. He said it's not time for everyone to, get himself educated. I will say, in getting yourself educated, we need to know our history. We need to know ourselves. By the time we know ourselves, we begin to respect ourselves and we begin to know where the problem comes from. There's nothing bad in knowing your history. There's nothing bad in knowing this person's culture. Know how beautiful this culture is. Then we begin to respect ourselves. Then we know our deficiency. We know where we are strong and we know where we are weak. Then we begin to love each other because we've really known each other very well. But one thing I have spoken, and I believe about 90% of us, about 95% of us has believed and keyed into it, is that we need to clean ourselves in-house. We are thanking God because we have seen somebody that God has decided to use so that we can follow him and get what really belongs to us. Our principal, Peter Obi, is a man filled with a lot of power and strength and truth. He's a man filled with compassion for his people and his land. He has seen it all. He has been on this side. He has been on the other side. And he has seen it and he has experimented on it. And he has decided to say, the people got to take back what rightfully belongs to them. It is not me, it is you that is running through me to get to the promised land. And now what I believe is trying to do is trying to start on a very good platform where every one of us will know what to do. We'll go back to the land. We'll go back to every area where we have our strength and develop it and reverse the trajectory of putting our entire wealth in one pool and then we'll start sharing it. That is one of the weakness of this trajectory they gave us called democracy. That is one of the weakness. We here has come to break that cabal and break that camel's back and to make sure that we go back to our various home and clean our home and start developing from there. We'll build our strength from our home. Then we'll know who is the black sheep among us. That is why I said that's why I said earlier on that we have to clean our home. We have to clean ourselves because these people are cabals and they are in the sixth political zone. They go after the weak ones and use them to destabilize the entire zone and call them, these are the leaders of this zone. They are not our leaders. They are the vampires that decided to take us down. They are the vampires that decided to sell their birthright to these people because they know we are the economic, there's a part of the country that are the economic base of Nigeria. But we that see ourselves as an economy, we are not selfish. We want a betterment of all Nigerians. But they decided to cut us off from our own natural giving wealth from God. Now the people have arisen. Now the people have realized that they know that they have the power to do it. Now the people have seen it in open broad daylight, how they have been doing all the time, the lies that they've been speaking. And I thank God, Peter Obi, like I said before, when I've been speaking about Peter Obi is not ordinary. Peter Obi is what gives him strength. It is because he is not an ordinary man, you see. He's not an ordinary politician. He has been taken away with the compassion he has for the people, which none of these politicians have. But I thank God, we will continue to pray for him, that in every weak point that he has, God will lift him up.
Yes.
And we all follow him to get to the promised land. And I believe in my heart that he's going to get that mandate back.
Yes.
Because without that mandate, I'm telling you, Nigerians are going to go wild on all these politicians. And what Dino Malai spoke on in the parliament, that it will come a time, these people, Nigerians, will go to each individual home, our home, and take us down. And this is a prophecy from a man that has stolen from us. And that if he's not taking, things are not done well, these things are going to happen. We are going to start cleaning our home and have a better nation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Victor. I appreciate it. Thank you for your final thoughts here. That was very well said. Thank you. Mama Echo, oh yeah, before you go, let's
talk cheap. We'll be talking. We need to do the do.
Yes, that's true.
So when May 29 happens, we go know the direction where we did go.
Exactly.
Having said that, under Mongo Charitable Organization, of which I am the convener, has a mandate to work in the 36 states of Nigeria. We've divided Nigeria into the 6 political zones. Each zone will be divided into states. Each state will be divided into local government. And each local government will be divided into clans, villages, whatever make it up. And our desire is to ensure that all the different coordinators, starting from the villages, local government, state, and zonal coordinator, comes from the diaspora. And the assistance will be in Nigeria. Our aim is to make sure we that are in diaspora take to our zone, our state, our local government, our village, what we are enjoying over here. So if you are interested to be a coordinator in any of this, reach out to me. Because May, when we know the direction we will be going, we'll be doing the thing we need to do in the federal level, the thing we need to do in the state level. But we, as an NGO, we want to work for the grassroots. Because no person will develop for us now. We
have
to work.
That's true.
So the work starts.
Thank you very much, Mama Ichu. We appreciate you and we love you. Have a great night.
Love you all too.
Yes. Bye-bye. All right. So electricity, welcome. I'm wrapping up, so you only have a few minutes to just talk, like 2 minutes.
All right, thank you. I'll stay to that 2 minutes. Just to stay on the topic only in terms of, I think, tribal division to create. The question I will ask for people to have in their mind or to ask ourselves is this: what makes you an Igbo person? What makes you the tribe that you are today? And I believe most of us we don't even know the answer, or the answer we will have is, oh, I was just born into it. So if that's what makes you an Igbo person, a Yoruba person, a Hausa person, then we need to take a step back and ask ourselves and say, okay, I put it this way. Does that exclude us, anyone, from upholding ethical behavior? The answer to that question we all know. So, ethical behavior is what we need to start to act on, regardless of our tribe or our ethnicity. So, respect is an ethical behavior, regardless of which tribe we hold or we come from. Upholding the rule of law It's an ethical behavior. And so on and so forth. So on that note, I yield the floor back to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Rick, where you can't go now? How you dey? How is everything? Mr. Patrick, you there? Mr. Patrick, oh, you dey drink water? Can you even hear me? Oh my God, Mr. Patrick, I go kick you out of the panel. Oh. Eh? You dey here? Oh boy, he's not hearing. Okay, well, that's it from me, guys, tonight. Thank you so much for joining. Mr. Patrick, you dey drink water, we dey look you. Hello, Mr. Patrick.
Good morning. Good evening.
Your headset. How they call you? You no gree answer. All right, give me your final thought. How you dey?
I dey fine. Oh, and you?
I'm fine, thank you. How your family?
We're all fine.
That's good.
Except that we don't have light for 3 days now. They just bring it this night, last night.
Oh wow.
I couldn't charge my phone.
Hey, no worry. Better. Because
it go better. Since I was born, it go better. But I know this this time now by crook. By fire.
By fire, by force. So this time
yes.
Yes.
Make I not go speak the one where one woman speak yesterday. Say fine, fear and fear. How do you speak it? He say it. They won the election. They won the election. Fear and fear. I can see that one is na side chick where they follow APC people. They runs. They do runs. So my sister, well done, Jare.
Thank you, my brother. We thank God.
Well done for the work. It's not easy. I can hear you say you don't tire.
I don't.
You no go tire.
I know what I know. I know be tired for this one.
You won't go rest. I know. Really, I wake up late this morning, so I decided to just say hi.
Okay.
And just to let you know that I'm still on your side, though. I know, Ron.
Thank you.
I dig it back. All the caricature, all the things what they say. They say all those APC people where I see yesterday where they protest. They say they will stay there for 60-something days until the day of inauguration. I said, may they stay there. I say one man they talk for Niger watch yesterday. He say all these people, they don't know that somebody they give money to give them. Maybe they give like 100,000, but the middleman has collected the money and is sharing 5,000 to them.
Yep.
And they claim they are supporting Jagaban.
Exactly.
Okay, let them collect 5,000 naira.
Exactly.
Maybe that one will do them for the 8 years or how many years the man is going to stay there.
Go for it.
But I believe that our mandate is sure.
Yes.
Our man, our principal, wherever he go, things is happening.
Yep.
You can see when he went to Anambra for those 100 days in office or so. As soon as he come, the man stop all the nonsense he was talking and wait for the real man to come in. the real man, the man of the town, the man of the people. So that is it. You see how Abia people were rejoicing that they were liberated from 20 years of suffering. You see it. That's how it will be when we claim our mandate.
Yes.
As the man has told us that we should keep calm, and he's working on the ground seriously. Where he take the petition to, people do not even envisage that. They don't see it at all. They don't know it's going to go that side. But they have go that far, then we have to calm down, keep talking. They have taken our light now.
Oh.
So that is it. We don't know when they will take it. We don't know when they will bring it. You just come and go anytime they want, they wish. That is it. Thank God I've charged my phone this morning.
Yeah.
So that's it, my sister. I thank you so much. Thank Nigerian Watch on your behalf, on behalf of Nigerians. The man is really trying. I watched it every time I have data. He's seriously doing a lot of work.
Yes.
But I thought I would hear your voice from there. I couldn't hear.
I couldn't join. I've been busy. Me myself,
Okay.
I've been busy, so I never think join. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But thank you. Go ahead. You want to ask
yes, this is super chat where they talk of. How did they do them? I don't know how did they do them.
Oh, it did comment session. You know, if you go YouTube, if you go to a channel for YouTube, right? Like say you want to comment.
Okay.
Right? So the comment section, you go see like a dollar sign or naira sign.
Okay.
It be naira sign. You go just click that naira sign. When you take the type message for the comment, you'll see them for the right hand. If you click on them, it go give you direction on how to do them.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I go pay money, abi?
You'll pay money now. Now money you can pay. Yeah. You go ask you how much you want to pay, and you will put the money when you want to pay.
Okay. Okay. No wala. Because all this one not to support you. Nobody is paying you.
I know, my brother.
And I believe the payment you are going to even receive is going to more than what we pay you. If we are to pay you.
Amen. Yes.
Just like our governor in the person that announced our governor, the woman have received a new Jeep.
Yeah.
He received 100 million from somebody. I think it's from organization or so. I don't know. But I heard he received. They're going to give her 100 million naira.
Wow.
So is it no more than 100 million naira? You still share to people that are around him, around her.
Yeah.
That time, and he still have shame that he did the wrong thing. Is he having his conscience that he didn't do the right thing he's supposed to do?
Yes.
So thank God for everything.
Thank God. Oh, we
Thank
really
God.
Thank God, my brother.
So,
God.
and I thank you too.
Thank you, sir. I really appreciate Mr. Patrick. You do well. You always come check on me. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I appreciate it very well. Thank you for your prayers. I say amen to all your
Amen.
Amen.
Oh.
All right. We will talk again. I think come live tomorrow. It depends. If my day not too busy, I will do live again tomorrow.
No, I think you start by 3 here. Your time there.
Okay.
It's showing 3 hours, almost 4 hours.
Almost 4 hours, yeah. Now don't do live, yes.
It start like 3, I mean.
Yeah, your time. It will be 3 a.m. your time. Yeah.
Okay.
3 a.m. or 2 a.m. your time. Yeah.
No,
all right, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Make you get a nice day.
Thank you, and you too.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
All right.
Bye.
Mama,
yes, so Mama Echo.
I will get the phone number of that person when they talk for Nigeria. Send that to me.
That person when they talk. I know you for Asan just now.
No, I forget. I want
tomorrow it go come again. If I come live, it go come. It always come my life. So when it come again tomorrow.
As it also when he get data, when he go and ask, okay, make I send that data.
Yeah, don't come out. I will say still hear you. But tomorrow you go come again tomorrow.
All right.
Yeah, if you come again tomorrow and you day here, if you ask for that time. Okay. Thank you, Mama.
When you get the number, find out whether empty or Airtel or close.
If you day here tomorrow now, so if you there, if you ask them.
No qualms. All right. Good night, my dear.
Good night, ma. Thank you. Oh, he don't come back. Oh, wait, Mama Echo.
Okay, get the number and phone number. I mean, the phone number. Sorry.
In this thing, they try to connect. Mr. Patrick, you dey hear Mama Echo?
Yes, Mama Echo. Good morning. Good morning, Abi.
So
good evening.
For private chat.
Nah, good evening. No, I'm my collector because I dey bathroom.
Oh, okay. All right, send your number for private chat, Mr. Patrick.
When I got down, just send
Okay.
for WhatsApp. When I got down, I
You,
go
you
do
see your private chat, Mr. Patrick.
I don't get your private chat too. She
No, the private chat for this one where you enter. So private chat go there. You go see him.
say this chat where they here now. Is it private chat?
This one where they here for inside the studio. There's a chat. Not be the
Okay.
not be the general one. This one where they here.
Make I put on.
Put them, then I will collect and give them.
So put your phone number and the color MTI glow anything when you do.
Kara, what's in me that?
The whether na MTN you dey use or Glo.
Okay.
Yeah, put
All right, thank you, ma. I'll do that now.
When I go downstairs, I go send you credit.
Thank you, mama. Thank you, ma.
We thank God.
God bless you, ma.
Amen.
All right. All right then. So you don't put them inside, Mr. Patrick.
Now they try to put now.
Okay.
You can just be talking now. Put it. Let you know.
No, go. I mean, I usually I don't really finish.
Okay.
Me, I'm about to wrap up.
Yes.
Are you they make me wait?
No, Allah. You're not waiting for in vain. Your labor will not be in vain in Jesus' name.
Amen. He said. Thank you. Yes, so hey God. So you don't know when they go bring this light back now as they take them.
I don't know. I don't know. Now only God knows.
Now wow. Wow. Mama Echo, thank you very much for helping Mr. Patrick with credit.
We bless God.
He's always coming up here. Thank you so much.
So we will not sleep as far as this country is concerned.
Now so.
Mommy, thank you very much. I bless you. God will keep blessing you.
Mr. Patrick, which side you live for Nigeria?
I did Ibadan.
Okay. When we need to go as assistant for Ibadan, we can come.
Okay. No wahala, sir. No wahala, ma.
Yeah. All right, Mr. Patrick.
You don't see him?
You want to talk? I don't see him. See him. I go take him now. I go send him to her.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Sanu. God will bless you. You know go so far. You know go bury your children. Your children go. So you go see your great grandchildren in Jesus' name. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right then. One love, welcome. I'm wrapping up and you're just coming in. I'm about to start.
Where you did go?
Our team supposed to go to sleep now.
Now want make us sleep. That's when
you wait there California. You supposed to wake up now.
I know.
I greet everybody in the house.
Greetings. So tell me what you want. Give us 2 minutes stop.
Yeah, I think we are heading in the right direction. I just want to find out when this court case starts. I don't know. I feel like I haven't been following for some time.
I know. Do you know? I don't really know. I know that they've been talking about airing it publicly, but I don't think they set a date. At least maybe I'm not aware. Maybe I'm just not aware, but I haven't seen any date yet.
There's no date yet, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
I feel like
we're waiting for them. There's no date yet.
It's going to be at the tribunal court, right?
Yes, it's a tribunal.
Do you guys know the judge that will be presiding over that case?
We have no idea.
They say there will be 7. I don't know. I only know that chief justice. Well, I don't know that one.
But that one is in the Supreme Court though. Like the one on the tribunal. Maybe we should look.
Yet we don't know. They're not going to tell you the judges ahead of time. They will when
Oh,
they start. That's when they start. You start hearing or seeing the judges that will be presiding. Until then, you're not going to know because they have to select them. It's not something that they just show up. They select. So there's a selection process that will go in.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm positive we're gonna get to this. I mean, it's been a ride and it's been rough. Sometimes I just feel like I don't want to hear anything coming from Nigeria anymore. But again, because I was so down and everybody was so down and I don't know. But after some time, I was able to gather myself and put on some energy because I can see that we're going to get through this.
Yeah, I mean, it's understandable. Not only you, most of us were down, right? Most of
Yeah.
us were down, but we have to find strength. The main person, I can only imagine what Mr. Peter Obi has gone through, having been the one to run all that, go to every corner, travel all over, meet all Nigerians. I can only imagine. But when I see the smile on this man's face, this
You know
man
the
is
tire.
Yeah,
man is rock. The
You know the
smile,
tire. You know the tire.
he's just going about being focused on what he's trying to get. He's not even moved by all what they're doing.
At all.
Thing. So that encourages me, and I'm able to draw strength from that. Not just that, most of the supporters, most of the obedient people, and people who support Peter Obi, they are solid as rock. I mean, it's amazing. It's just going to be different. These people, they just, I think they hit, they don't do, you don't, their cup don't full. That's
They
what's
hit the
happening.
rock.
Yeah, they've hit the rock. There's no,
yeah,
they can't get around this.
yeah.
The truth is this: each one of you has passed through tough time in your life,
Yes.
Sure.
and you are where you are now. How did you get there?
Good question.
So it is how you get there that will get our mandate back.
That's true.
Yes, Mama.
We all have gone through life.
Yes.
Like me, I don't know you. Now one leg at the waka.
Oh,
But I cannot tell you, you not go know.
sorry.
Because there is an ability
Yes.
inside disability.
Disability. Yes.
Wow.
Don't tell you people, you won't know.
No, not at all.
No.
I told God the day I succeeded in living when they wanted me dead by all means. I said, Lord, a lot of people will not see me, but they will see my smile, they will hear my voice.
Yes.
Let that voice and smile make them know they can succeed in life.
Yes.
Yes.
So when they see me, they will say to themselves, if this woman with one leg can become this, me with two legs, two hands, two eyes, I can become more. So that is what I live for.
Sure.
I'm a go-getter.
Yes.
As long that it is a good goal, will there be fight? Of course. Will there be fall? Of course. Because my Bible tells me it is not how many times a man falleth, but how many times the man is able to rise.
Yes.
In our individual life, many are looking up to us, directly or indirectly. So we are all warrior every day.
Yeah.
Sure.
You fight the battle you fight not to pay bills. You fight the battle you fight because somebody else is depending on you.
That's
Yeah.
So let's continue to fight and make Nigeria what it should be, so that we can all go back home and use the knowledge we have learned to make Nigeria a greater country. To become the big brother we are supposed to be to the African continent, to make African continent great. Because we are supposed to be the greatest continent on earth. God has given us all it is. It is now or never. Good night, everybody.
Good night, Mama Echo. God
Thank
bless
you.
us, whether you like it or not, God must bless you.
Sure.
He has already blessed you. We appreciate you all, Mama. Icho. Have a great night.
Sure. Sure.
Love you.
Love you too,
Good
Mama.
night.
Good night.
All right.
Good night,
Bye
everyone.
bye.
Good
And
night.
good morning to those in Nigeria.
Mr. Patrick, good morning to you.
See you guys tomorrow. Bye.
Bye. One love. Oh, yeah, you don't talk finish now, Abby.
Yeah, I think that's it. I've been one just find out about this court case. I never knew what was going on with it. So, but thanks for all that you do. Also, I was watching what's this guy's show, Niger Watch too. You guys really give us strength and energy to carry on with this course. But I really appreciate all that you do.
Thank God. We thank God. Mama Echo just said it. We fight so that other people, you know, we're fighting for people that we don't even know, that we probably will never see.
Yeah.
But if we don't fight it now, guess what? They're gonna come and meet this mess, and by then it will be a bigger mess.
Yeah, definitely.
You know,
Definitely.
so and it's not like our forefathers have not been fighting. I know I've heard that, even I have said it. It's not like they have not been fighting, but imagine the kind of people they're fighting against.
Yes.
Not only
Yes.
were they fighting against external factors, they were also fighting against internal factors. Weaker
Yeah.
ones who like to eat, who like to look at themselves in mirrors, and they like good, flashy things. They will sell their entire family and lineage out just for sugar, you know. So imagine the kind of fight they were fighting then. So every generation has something cut out for them. So for this one, we have to make sure that we don't relent. You know, we're all drawing strength from each other. There are times that I don't feel up to it, and I also look up to, you know, people who are doing the work, just to gain strength from them. So we're all drawing strength from each other. When one is down, another one will be up, but we have to keep moving, because this is the only unique time we have in history to get back what is ours. There's no other time that will come. We don't know when it will come. Matter of fact, none of us might be here,
Yeah.
so we won't know.
Yes, sir.
So this is a very important time in history for us, and God has given us the opportunity to take it. It's right there, and everything is in support of what we're doing. We have a majority on our side. We have a wonderful servant leader in front of us. There's no way we're not going to win this. We have
Yes,
the
sir.
power to take this back. So that's why we're here. That's why we do what we do. Even when I'm tired, I'm like, we just got to do this. We have to keep going, you know. So I thank you very much, my brother. One love. I appreciate your kind comments. I appreciate everyone who was able to join today. Thank you. So
Thank you very much. Sure.
yes, Mr. Patrick, good night. Too. Thank you very much.
May you go rest, I beg, so that
Yeah,
you can get strength to come up tomorrow.
tomorrow, exactly. Mr. One, thank you.
Mhm.
That's it.
Thank
Mr.
you,
Mr. Patrick, I think
sir.
I am going to follow the footstep of Mama Isho. I have your number here. I will send you some credit as well.
Ah,
God
thank
bless
you.
Yeah.
Oh, God will
God
bless you.
bless you guys.
Yeah, you're
Oh
welcome.
my God.
Thank
Mr.
you very
Patrick,
much. You will never lack. Oh.
it's amen. Amen.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. One Love. I really appreciate that. That's so kind of you. Thank you.
Oh, thank
Yeah.
you. We are Nigerians. I hope we get through all this and get our country back. Because these guys, man, I can remember just even when I was born, it go better, it go better. Now they still tell us, but we have to make it better.
I'm telling you, all of us hear that it go better, it go better. Now, everywhere we take care.
So,
Thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate. I do well. I feel so honored this evening. Thank you, Miss One Love. Thank you so much for what you're going to do for Mr. Patrick and Mama Echo. I really appreciate you too. Thank you so much.
thank you, my brother. Oh, thank you, my sister. God bless you all. Oh.
He said, Amen. All
Thank
right.
you. Thank you, guys, and good night.
Good night.
Good night, too.
All right then. Good night. Okay, so everybody, thank you so much for joining me BBMJ, thank you so much, sisterly. I really appreciate your support. Amaka, good night. Mr. John J. Onoche, good night. Good morning to you, because I know it's morning. Black African Soldier, thank you very much. Thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate you. Gina, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Casimir, Mr. Casimir, fine. Thank you very much. Skystream, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you for your support. Thank you for everything. I appreciate you guys. Kene, don't go sleep. Thank you so much, Kene. I appreciate you. Mr. Atlantic, thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Who else has joined though? Christopher, don't go sleep. Good night. Mr. Guy Onwalele, thank you very much. Thank you, Transition to Tech. Thank you. Miss Top Notch, thank you. Amaka E, thank you. Mr. Chris Nwago, thank you so much. Highly favored, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Simon, thank you so much. I appreciate you. My sister Efrata Catfish, thank you so much. Thank you. I thank all of you for showing up today. I appreciate. Miss Sandra James, thank you so much. Mr. Grant, thank you so much for the super chat. Nelly, my darling sister, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Mr. Pius, thank you. Jo, Ovio, good night. Thank you. Sister Rita, thank you so much for coming. I appreciate you. Good night. Thank you for your support. Thank you for sharing your knowledge with us. Very impactful. We really appreciate you, Sister Rita. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And we love the passion that you bring. I personally appreciate it. Stadium, thank you so much for coming. Everyone, Awa Kalu, thank you. Romari TV, thank you. Mirabel, my darling, thank you. Neka, thank you all so much. Mr. Isha Olua, thank you very much. Good night, everyone, and I will see you maybe tomorrow. We're going to play it by ear. I'm not sure yet. I don't want to make any promise and then fail. Eh? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Good night, everyone. I'll see you on my next one. Don't forget to like on your way out. And don't forget to subscribe, share, 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 share. All right. Good night.